Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we acknowledge the land that we meet on today is the traditional lands of the Kaurna people and that we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. We also pay respects to the cultural authority of Aboriginal people visiting or attending from other areas of South Australia or Australia. Would you please stand? I should have done that before. On behalf of the City of Burnside, I gratefully acknowledge and pay respect to those who gave their lives for this country and its people. The opening prayer. We pray for understanding and guidance in our debate as we make decisions that will impact on the lives of all who reside, work and visit the City of Burnside. Grant us wisdom as we serve our community. Please be seated. I welcome members of the gallery to this meeting and I ask them to observe in respectful silence as the Chamber deliberates on matters that relate to the administration of the City of Burnside. I need to remind all present that all council meetings are recorded and live streamed through the City of Burnside website. Those listening at home are encouraged to download a copy of tonight's agenda, which guides the meeting. Elected members also need to ensure that they are using their microphones properly so as the audio is clear. Evacuation procedure. Should there be a fire or any other emergency, the alarm will sound and you are asked to follow the directions of council staff. Do we have any apologies? No. No leave of absences. Confirmation of minutes. Can I have a motion for the confirmation? So, amendment?
Yes. Okay. Page 11 states Councillor Davis did not submit a report. I prefer a full blank rather than that statement being made. Because I did express a view on that occasion. I don't necessarily want to make it a political issue every time. The fact that I did not, that makes sense. So I prefer to have that left blank.
All right. That's noted. So you're going to move that? And you'll second it, Councillor Davey? All those in favour? Thank you. Consider it amended. Deputations, we have none. Sorry? No, we don't take points of order from the gallery. We have confer? No, we don't. No, we don't. Okay. Okay. I've just had 2 lots of advice to say that I'm not required to do that, so I'm not going to continue. Okay. We will move on. We'll move on. All right. Deputations I've mentioned. Petitions, there are none. Questions on notice. There have been a number of questions on notice and there are copies of the answers to those questions on seats. If members of the gallery wish additional copies, we can organise them for you. Otherwise, all of the elected members do have copies of those. We have a number of motions on notice. The first one is Councillor Hubel. Would you like to move your motion, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Monceau. To give some background on the issue, the elected members' information document outlining the history of the issue is quite thorough and covers things quite well. But in short, the City of Burnside proposed to use Dashwood Gully Reserve as a temporary depot during the construction of, the refurbishment of Conningham Street Depot. This was done after an internal process of examining several sites across the council area. The Dashwood Gully Reserve, to give some history, was opened as a tip in 1956 and closed in 1990 after fierce community action from residents. The vast majority of the more than 40 households that contacted me recall the days of the dump and the fight to have it closed. Given this recent history, it was no surprise to me that so many residents objected to this plan. The universal concerns from the flurry of residents were that the process was inadequate and that the site was inappropriate for the intended use. I notified the CEO in late December of this strong public outcry and requested that the plans be halted until Council had the chance to examine the issue at tonight's meeting.
Excuse me, Councillor
yes.
Hubel, but you actually haven't moved the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Stated on
it's
there.
my first time
It's
moving.
okay, I've forgotten too.
I apologise. Okay.
You need to read
so, I need to actually read the motion. Okay, so...
because of course people at home can't see it.
My apologies. My apologies. Okay, my motion is that the area of Dashwood Gully Reserve owned and managed by the City of Burnside not be considered now or at any time in the future as a site for the storage of waste or other material. Second part, Council commits to the continuing maintenance of the existing biodiversity site and where practicable, further revegetation over the Council-owned portion of Dashwood Gully Reserve, and that this work be considered through the 2019-20 annual business plan and budget process. And part three, that following the completion of the Hills Face management framework during 2019, a Dashwood Gully Reserve management plan be prepared as a matter of priority within that framework. So I move that.
Do we have a second? No. Sorry, you're going to speak to it now, but you kind of half spoke to it before.
I'll just pick up where I left off, if that's all right with everyone. So with credit to Mr Deb, in the light of the public pushback, an undertaking was made by him to cancel the plan to temporarily relocate the depot in Dashwood Reserve, and this was communicated to the residents immediately adjoining the site, as well as public notices at the site itself. Now, speaking to this motion in particular, this is to ensure that this cannot happen again. Firstly, that Dashwood Gully Reserve remains unsullied by inappropriate use, but also that we will be continually proactive in maintaining this site. Our Hills Face zones and nature reserves should be sacrosanct, and any plans to initiate additional activity, developmental or otherwise, should be carefully considered through the Council chamber, alongside thorough and wide community consultation. The benefit of these zones goes beyond that of regular parks. They represent a valuable habitat for native flora and fauna. These reserves have enormous community value in terms of recreation and the facilitation of healthy lifestyles, and as such are important for community health. They are a drawcard that bring people into our council area, and they provide council with arguably its signature landscapes. The Green Hills are synonymous with our council area and need to be protected fiercely. This motion is an opportunity for us as a council to make a statement that we value our significant and unique conservation areas, in particular a site that residents historically fought hard to have a dump removed from. This motion will demonstrate that this council will listen to resident opinion, and this motion succeeding will ensure that the Dashwood Gully Reserve will not be at risk for future developments of this type. This is a statement expressing our commitment to the biodiversity of Dashwood Gully. This is a site that the council has done good work on improving since the closing of the dump 29 years ago, and this is an opportunity to put the spotlight on what we are doing well and to communicate this more effectively. Finally, it is an undertaking to specifically plan for future improvement of this site. This is a proactive, positive motion that will see specific plans made for this specific site. The groundswell of local support for protecting this site also translates into a desire to actively improve what we have. A Dashwood Reserve management plan goes beyond what we are already doing and ensures positive developments are all that are on the agenda. This motion is proactive and forward-thinking. The residents have spoken, we have listened, and this motion represents our action in protecting the Dashwood Gully Reserve and improving it for generations to come.
Thank you, Councillor Hubel. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Jones?
I haven't really got anything to add to Councillor Hubel's excellent arguments, so I'd just like to commend this motion to the Council.
Is there anyone who wishes to add to this debate?
Yep. Yeah, look, I'd like to. Look, I understand where Councillor Hubel is coming from, but I do worry about this this motion on a number of fronts. My understanding of the what situation happened last year was that it was unsatisfactory and unacceptable in regard to how it was done, but the temporary use of an area within council to allow an efficient upgrade of another part of the council is perhaps not an unreasonable thing to do. If it had been done in the right order and carried people along with us, it may have actually occurred. My understanding is that it wouldn't have been a particularly detrimental exercise to either the residents or the reserve itself. And from that point of view, it's not necessarily something that was a bad idea in the first place. The implementation of it, fell apart, and I absolutely concur with the councillors, their approach to it when it did become such a major issue with residents, and that shouldn't have happened. Whether that should then springboard Dashwood Gully Reserve to being a priority in regard to where it sits in terms of management plans, I don't accept. We wouldn't be talking about this actually, I don't think, tonight, had it not been for the blip that occurred in regard to using it for a short-term use. So from that point of view, I think we need to be careful not to cherry pick places around council that jump the queue in a way. So for that reason, though, I don't disagree with the sentiment, but I think as a matter of principle, I don't think the motion is necessarily required. The issue around the not taking waste up there has been resolved. I think it does fit in council's thinking. Councillor Hubel stated the fact that we've done a good job on it so far, and I don't think there's any appetite to suddenly deteriorate it. So I think from that point of view, it's not necessary. And on a process point of view, I feel it's important that we don't necessarily have things jump the queue because of political pressure, perhaps coming from a different direction. So for that reason, I will vote against it.
Councillor Lemon.
Thank you. I have a question of administration. When we had the 1 in a millennium storm in February 2014, did we use Dashwood Gully to store any of the materials that were strewn like firewood around the neighbourhood?
Through your worship, to my recollection, Conningham Street site was used for the majority of the temporary holding material. I believe there may have been material at Dashwood Gully that was stored temporarily there while we collected it from that location, but then we moved it on from there.
Did you get any pushback from local residents when you did that?
Through your worship, not that I can recall.
And one more question, if I may. With the redevelopment of Conningham Street taking place and being finished by the end of this year, pardon me, is there capacity, should we have another storm event like that, for that material to be stored at the depot in Conningham Street?
Through your worship, not during the redevelopment, no.
I'll speak to the motion now. I absolutely applaud Councillor Hubel for listening to his residents and for advocating a green space that has been revegetated and is coming along nicely. I absolutely applaud that, and I don't disagree with any single sentiment that has been expressed here tonight. What I do have an issue with is that storm, those of you that were here when that storm hit us in February 2014, would actually remember that the traffic lights were out, that there were gum trees across all the streets, some streets were impassable, and there were some people in the Hills Face Zone that didn't have electricity for close on 2 weeks. It was, as they say, a once-in-a-100-year storm. Of course, we could have another one just like it tomorrow. What we haven't got now is we won't have well, we've got it right now, but in 6 months' time, in 12 months' time, we won't have the Conningham Street depot to actually store the waste. And when I say waste, I'm not talking about prawn shells from people's houses. We're talking about branches, we're talking about tree trunks, and we're talking about that sort of debris that comes down from time to time when there's a big storm event. It doesn't attract vermin necessarily. It might attract wildlife if they want to live in it, but it's never there long enough to do that. And for me I'd love to be able to support this because I really support the sentiments behind it, but I don't want to hamstring the council. Should it have another event like that, and I suspect, given climate change, we will, where are we going to store this stuff? We don't have enough trucks to even take it across town or somewhere else. We need somewhere local to put it for a week while we ferry it to places that we can put. And this, let's remember, this is tree trunks, this is storm debris. And again, it isn't, the stuff that was in Conyngham Street wasn't building debris, it wasn't asphalt, it wasn't curbing, it wasn't dirt, it wasn't any of that. It was all tree-related material. We don't have anywhere left for it. I wouldn't like to actually, I feel that I can't support this because there's no sense at all of using it in that sort of emergency situation. And what I'd like to see is that to be there. Just a sentence saying, should we have a massive storm event and be required to store the debris from a storm event, in the short term, we can use that place, providing it doesn't destroy the vegetation or undo the plantings that have been done in that area. That's what I'd like to see, and that's what I would support. Under these conditions, I can't. I'm sorry.
Councillor Henschke.
Right, thank you. Regarding the history of this land, is the council clear that there hasn't been any contamination of the site due to previous activities?
Through the Mayor, the site was a hard waste landfill and rather than a putrescible waste landfill, so the levels of contamination were very low. There is a little bit, but it's captured in a post-closure management plan, which is still being adhered to.
I think I have the call. Am I the next one on the list? Press your button.
No, James on.
James.
So Jane's got to press
I wasn't.
So you got to go.
When you ask questions, yeah, don't unpress your button. James, just unpress your button.
You want me to unpress?
You're on now. Lillian. Oh no.
So mine's on.
Right, thank you. In regards to the hard waste, is there a time frame to rectify the site before there's a biodiversity project? Essentially, will it be safe for people to be on the site? Thank you.
Through the Mayor, the site is safe today. It has been since the post-closure management plan came into effect. And what's being undertaken on the site is completely consistent with that and adds to the value of the site as a biodiversity site. So there are absolutely no risks whatsoever.
Yep, just a question.
Davis.
What's the cost of moving, keeping the rubble elsewhere, or the materials elsewhere?
Through the Mayor, the cost of transporting the material instead of storing it temporarily at the Dashwood Gully Reserve is $23,000 approximately.
Okay. So I think it's in, so I'll speak to it now. I'm going to support the motion, and I wanted to ask the cost so that we are all aware. The question for me is, and I think the question for this council is, do we want to have that as a storage site or do we want to revegetate it? I have the pleasure of driving through that area frequently. And in my view, there has been a lot of work done to revegetate it and to re-establish the site. And do we want to now keep it as a storage site? So my understanding is that this is going to be a once-off, and that this will happen for the next year. And then once the Conyngham site is then available, then we shouldn't be faced with this problem again. Now, in terms of where we store material, this location is no different to any other in terms of, well, why don't we keep it in one of the reserves? If that's where the material is and it's needed temporary storage, why don't we put it into Kensington Gardens Reserve or into or into Hazelwood Park, or into more frequented parks. So that area, my understanding is that there's a lot of passage and walkers who go through that area. Yeah, you'd like to correct me?
No, I just wanted to say that the decision about not going ahead with this has already been made. It's more about where do we go from here that you need to focus your interest.
No, I don't believe that has been made. That's here, right? No, that's saying that we're not continuing with it ever again.
Through the Mayor, the decision to not use Dashwood Gully Reserve for the temporary storage of materials that would have been located at Conyngham Street has already been made.
Correct. And the decision not to do that ever again is being made now. Not to ever consider it again.
In terms of the material that was proposed to be stored from Conyngham Street, that's correct. The motion doesn't limit, in my view, the temporary storage of material. Well,
if I could clarify that, it says in number 1, or at any time in the future as to the site for the storage of waste or other materials. To my understanding, the motion that I understand I'm voting on is that site will never be used for the storage of waste or other materials.
Through you, that's correct, but that's implicit. Through the Mayor, that's correct, but that's implicit for any site. And I think under extraordinary circumstances, where it's required to be, material will be stored at any site. For example, the situation that Councillor Lemon mentioned, if we were off the need to store debris from a storm event within Dashwood Gully for the period of 1 day, we would. Or any other reserve for that matter, for the purposes of dealing with an extraordinary event, including Conyngham Street and the Glenburn Road Depot. That's not to suggest necessarily that would be permanent, but in the event that there's an extraordinary event, we would utilise any resources at our disposal to deal with the situation at hand.
That's not my understanding. That's certainly not my understanding of what the motion... in my view, we're kind of diverted, but in terms of clarification, my understanding is that says that this site... So if the council has a truck and it has material in the back of it, the decision should never be made to put that material at this site.
Through the Mayor, my understanding of the intent of the motion is that the site not be used for the temporary storage of materials in the course of day-to-day activities.
Okay.
The comment I made was that in the event of an extraordinary event, any site, any location with the City of Burnside would have to be used where necessary to deal with those circumstances.
Sure, I don't think that's... that seems reasonable. So perhaps, I think the CEO is reasonable. So perhaps in number 1, I'd suggest the mover and second then adopt that and said, or other material, unless in the case of emergency.
Are you happy to add that clause?
I'm happy with that, yeah.
Right. And you're happy with that?
Yeah.
Can you add that on, please?
Great. Good.
Happy now?
I think everyone's happy now.
Good.
So in my view, I'll keep it very short. The Dashwood dump site, we've made a commitment to revegetate that, and we shouldn't go back on it. Pure and simple. Unless in the case of emergency.
There could, of course, be an emergency situation where there are trees that come down within that gully site, and therefore they would have to be stored there until it was an appropriate time for them to be removed from there.
I'll refrain from entering into a semantic argument.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question. I just want clarification of the site decontamination hasn't commenced at Conyngham Street yet, has it? So these materials we're talking about, are they some of those nasties? Because I mean, it is quite a severely contaminated site. So that has not commenced as yet, has it? And these wastes and materials were not proposed to be placed there at Dashwood Gully?
Through Your Worship, the issue of Conyngham Street and the contamination, it is low-level contamination that's been identified consistent with its previous use. For if Conningham Street were to continue as an operating depot, as it currently is, there would be no need to remediate that site whatsoever. So there are no dangers associated with it for its current use. The remediation to allow it for its future use will commence when the project commences, which is in February.
And it will not include removing any of that material to the Dashwood Gully.
Thank you, because so that'll all be done by licensed operators and deposited away by them. Thank you. I'll speak now to say, yes, I do in principle support this motion and the sentiments that are attached to it. I think it's unfortunate how this has all evolved and that the residents have been put to such stress, which I believe they have. We do have an issue down the track of where we, or at any time, where we store timber and things like that, as we had after the last huge storm event. But I wouldn't like to see any of our reserves or areas which are highly valued by our community used for this sort of storage, whether it be Hazelwood Park, Kensington Gardens Reserve, or Dashwood Gully. So I think we do have to make contingencies down the track for this if we feel that we're going to have these sort of issues more frequently. But that's something I think we need to manage separately. So I'm happy to support this tonight and see this go through.
Councillor Henschke, I did have you down with a question or to speak when the system fell down. So do you still wish to ask a question or speak?
No, thank you.
Right. Councillor Turnbull, I had you on the list as well.
I have an issue with the part in number 1 where it said, or at any time in the future. And I think Councillor Davis and Councillor Lemon have touched on the fact that we can't say that as a council any time in the future because there might be an emergency, might be some dire circumstances and we may have to use it. Now that's been put in less in case of an emergency, but that little phrase, at any time in the future, concerns me. So I would be asking that would be amended, taken out. I would support the motion apart from that.
If our future council just rescind the motion?
I suppose they could.
Councillor Hubel and Councillor Jones are not willing to remove those words.
Well, can I just, my understanding is that a future council can rescind that motion.
Yes, it certainly can. It could, or even next council meeting. That's the reality. But yes.
Through the Mayor, just to offer some comfort, Councillor Turnbull, I think that the inclusion of unless in the case of an emergency is a catch-all and would, excuse me, would override the or at any time in the future part of the motion.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this matter? All right, then I shall put it to the vote. Those in favour? Sorry, you see, I've lost practice for it in a month. All right, you need to sum up, Councillor Hubel.
Thank you, Mayor Montceau. I thank fellow councillors for their comments and feedback, and I certainly think the tweaking we've done has improved it as a whole, so I appreciate that. I think, you know, the residents from Dashwood Gully, that road surrounds that are here tonight, I think we'll be very pleased to hopefully see this go through, and I sincerely hope it does so.
Now can I have those who are in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. Those are against? All right, thank you. Motion is carried. Now the second motion. Well done, Councillor Hubel. The second motion is from Councillor Carbone.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have the pulling power of Councillor Hubel, I'm afraid. I'll have to grow a beard. My motion is as a direct action response to the City of Burnside's diminishing tree canopy. The administration present a report to Council on possible financial incentives for ratepayers who have one or more significant native trees on their private property. Number 2, that the report also include an update on the regulated and significant tree assistance scheme and strategies for how this could be better promoted. And 3, that the report be presented to Council on the 12th of March 2019 so that any financial implications from adopted recommendations can be included in the draft 2019-2020 budget. So in speaking to that, councillors, I'm yet to meet a single resident in Burnside who doesn't love our significant native trees. We love their natural, clean, organic look, their appearance, and the benefits they bring to us environmentally, financially, and emotionally. How often have we heard the term leafy Burnside? This is why people choose to invest in Burnside. They love trees. This is what separates us from other parts of Adelaide. Trees are our image, trees are our brand, it's our logo. But as much as our residents love significant trees, increasingly more and more of our residents don't want them in their own private backyards. While I acknowledge and thank our council staff for doing all they can in planting as many trees as possible on our verges, parks and gardens, it's a battle we are losing on private land that is our greatest challenge. It's a battle, and it's a battle we need to win. The stakes are way too high. We simply cannot and will not accept that our brand in the future will be restrained to only verges and parks. We need to protect our image. We need to protect our brand. We have all heard that we've lost 10% of our tree canopy in recent years. But when it comes to what we can do to win the battle on private property, I can see no real tangible action when it comes to protecting and expanding the number of our significant trees. Losing our significant trees dominated the last council election, and I promised action, not more talk. The rules and regulations, which are good, will only ever do so much. Significant trees mysteriously being poisoned and privately contracted arborists conveniently reporting that the tree is sick are all symptoms of a problem we have before us. We need to get real on this problem. We need a game changer. We need something that's going to stop, or at very least slow right down, the erosion of our tree canopy. So if we're going to get real on this problem, let's look at why people are having their significant trees removed in the first place. It limits their development potential. You can't extend, the lawn doesn't grow, it creates mess, limbs fall, foundations crack, and so on and so on. Imposing rules on people will help, but it's not going to solve the problem, especially when gathering evidence is difficult and a conviction is near impossible. So if I had to summarise my solution for stopping the erosion of our tree canopy, it would be 3 simple words: cash for trees. Let's incentivise people to keep their significant trees. Property owners who have significant trees wear all the cost, while the community in general receives all the benefits. My neighbour in Glenside, for example, has a significant eucalyptus tree just over the fence. I get all the benefit, yet none of the cost. It just doesn't seem fair. Now, I'm not talking about the program where we pay up to 50% of all maintenance-related matters. That should stay, and if anything, grow. But what I'm talking about is a no-strings-attached, unconditional, annual cash reward as the community's way of thanking property owners who have decided to keep their significant tree. This is the moral issue of our council term. I can think of nothing more important. There is no point in having the best footpaths, the best pool, the best library, the best community functions, if we have lost the one true thing that makes Burnside, Burnside. At the last election, I promised real action on this issue, and today is the first step in this council taking real action. Let's protect who we are. Let's protect our brand and our image. Let's give people the financial incentive they need to keep their significant native trees. At worst, it would make people rethink their removal, even if it's just for a minute. At best, it will thank and reward those who provide a benefit to the city of Burnside.
Thank you, Councillor Carbone. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Davey?
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I'm happy to... Oh, sorry.
No, you're right.
No, you're right.
Yes, I'm happy to second the sentiments that with the motion and the sentiments that it presents. I too am very concerned about the loss of our significant trees, in particular, tree corridors across the suburbs, which in the past have meant we have wonderful corridors to support our big bird life. So that's why we've got kookaburras and all those lovely big birds that we all value so much. They also support our koala population and all the other wildlife that we take for granted but love in Burnside. The only query I have is how we could do this, and that when, if this motion gets up, if it could be perhaps that there be some rebate on rates as perhaps a way to deal with reimbursing and incentivising residents for retaining significant native trees. So that would be my query, but I certainly support the sentiments.
Councillor Davis.
I support the objective, but I don't support the proposed path. I ran on the same platform, and I believe many of us did here. We value our trees. It's a reason why our suburbs are cooler. It's a reason why we spend probably less money on air conditioning, things like that. We enjoy the wildlife that it brings and the shade and all those benefits. And you know, that's why I moved to Burnside, is because it reminded me. It reminded me of Canberra in many ways, where they had a huge focus on trees, and the canopy there is so important to our community. My fear with this, however, is I support, but I think there are other ways. And there's a number of concerns that I have in terms of paying individual ratepayers a monetary incentive. The first of those is if you actually look at the location of where significant trees would primarily be located. In driving around over the last, however many years, I've certainly noticed that there aren't many significant trees on blocks of units. Mainly significant trees are located on larger properties and generally more wealthy properties. So my fear is that a system of cash for trees will soon turn into a system of cash for rich people. And essentially you're taking money from people who have smaller properties, and you're going to tax them at a higher rate and then give it to people who can afford a larger amount of property. Now, to me, that's highly concerning. The other thing is that our trees make up one part of what makes Burnside special. We also have heritage-listed buildings, a number of other things, people who mow their verges, for example, people who leave water for koalas, things like that. There are a number of different things or people who appropriately sort their waste has a massive impact on our budget bottom line. And there are a number of different behaviours that residents do which are positive to our community. And I don't believe that we should pick one activity of just owning a tree, or a significant tree, and giving them money. The other problem is where everyone has trees. Shouldn't we not give everyone money for trees? What if there's a tree about to become significant? Now, the other thing is I think that this is essentially fighting with a broken sword. And I think that if we move down this path of providing people money in recompense for a house which might be, like if they want to kill a significant tree, they're going to kill it. And I don't think that offering them, unless it was significant, like a large amount of money, that it would actually reduce their incentive to kill it with a copper nail or however they want. The other thing is that my understanding is that there's going to be a change to the way that properties are rated quite shortly. So at the moment, the Valuer General has a formula that he determines the rateable value of a property. Going forward, the way that those properties will be calculated, and I believe that's still being worked through the system, is actually on a market valuation. So if you have two houses, for example, A and B, A has a significant tree and B does not, then over the next year, it could well be the case that if it's the case that a significant tree lowers the value of that property, that they would have a lower rateable value of their property because of that tree. So you have two properties, one with significant tree, they'll actually be paying less rates than an identical neighbour. So introducing a system like this right before the change to a Valuer Generals is essentially almost double giving people. They're going to be paying less rates as if it has a significant tree and that lessens the value of it, then they'll be paying less rates through that system. And then you're going to incentivise them again. So essentially that person would be paying getting it discounted twice. So in my view, I would move an alternative motion to this. I would like to vote this down, and I intend to vote against this, and essentially keep most of one, however, don't limit it to financial incentives, and ask a report to be brought back on all the incentives that we could have to incentivise our residents. And I think two is my understanding is that there's a large fund there that is underutilised, and I passionately agree with number 2 and number 3. So I would propose an alternative. I don't agree with cash for trees. I think that it has the potential to seriously backfire on this council. And I think, in effect, it will end up being an inverse Robin Hood, depending on who. I think that will be the case, and I don't think that that will play well, and I don't think that it will be an effective method. The fear that I have is that if this is the thing we are going to do, then we will lose our opportunity. So I would like you to vote this down and move an alternative motion, which is essentially the same, but broaden the scope in number 1 and not limit that to just financial incentives. And the administration might like to consider that in their report, but consider all the range of incentives or ways that we can promote to keep our tree canopy, because like Julian, like Councillor Carbone, I think that this is a high priority for this council. It certainly is a high priority for me and all of our residents. So I support it, but I think that we can achieve this in a better way. Thank you.
Councillor Lemon.
Yes, I have a question, and if the administration will bear with me. I have a recollection of about 6 to 9 months ago, the tree canopy issue came before us, and I amended it to say we as council ought not be solely responsible for the canopy, and we need to actually look at how residents can also participate in that. And my vague recollection of this is that we were going to start looking at where our trees were, because we had no idea where big private trees were. Do you remember offhand what that meant? I also recollect that this was coming back to us in February. Tree Canopy Action Plan or something like that it was called?
Yes, through your worship, sorry. I do recall that conversation, and the officers are working on a wide range of options, which include providing an update on the Canopy Action Plan, which is you're talking about. And yes, I believe that's coming back in the second meeting in February.
Thank you. I'll speak to the motion now. I appreciate the sentiments behind this, but I'm a bit with Councillor Davis in the sense that it's very difficult. I mean, this is calling for a report, and we are getting a report back before March the 12th on the Tree Canopy Action Plan, where we can amend that action plan according to what we want. This is actually seeking a report, and that in itself is not a problem for me because a lot of the work will be done beforehand. But I'm with Councillor Davis in that it's not just about financial incentives. It's about all residents taking responsibility for our tree canopy. And that was the point I made way back when I can't remember when it was, but it was, at the moment, council seems to be solely responsible for the maintenance of the tree canopy. And my point then and my point now is, in areas where we've actually measured the diminishing of the tree canopies, both areas were in Burnside, the suburb of Burnside, and the other was in the suburb of Glenside. I can't speak for Burnside, but I suspect you can extrapolate what I'm about to say about Glenside. For mine, the issue isn't about residents knocking down significant trees. The issue is about urban infill. You cannot have urban infill without having an absolute block clearing. And even if you don't have urban infill, like they do up my street, they'll knock down an old house because it's no longer useful and it's falling to pieces and the soils are reactive and it can't be repaired. And they will slash and burn the entire block, whether it's a sapling or whether it's a large tree. So from my point of view, it's not about incentivising residents with money. It's about disincentivising developers getting rid of trees. And that's an entirely different kettle of fish. And it's those people that are knocking down the trees. The number of people that get rid of significant trees that are already existing in their backyards are minimal. The number of trees that have been poisoned that we know of are the ones on our council verges. They're the ones we know of. We don't know about the ones in backyards. The number of significant trees in backyards is unknown to us. We don't know what we're looking at if we want to actually pay these people to keep them. And then when does it finish? If they sell their largish, expensive piece of real estate to a developer and the 3 significant trees on the block of land get knocked down, are we going to get a rebate from them for the rate rebates or whatever financial incentive we've given them in the past? I actually think that whole idea of using money to encourage people to maintain their trees is flawed, because in that sense you need to look at all the variables, and we can't. Properties change value all the time in Burnside, and most of them change value to a developer. And on any corner in my ward, if there's a house up for sale, no matter what its quality, it's up for sale, and half an hour later it's knocked down and 2 houses go up with a street frontage on either street. And it is a slash and burn, and it is a boundary to boundary development. It's that we need to look at. It's that where we need to put our energies. It's actually talking to the new development plan. It's encouraging developers not to knock down trees. And I think in that we have a huge benefit in our current Environment Minister, who is in fact very keen to keep the tree canopy in Adelaide up and running and is working assiduously to actually increase the tree canopy. So I feel that this is a fairly broad way of doing something that we can be a lot more subtle about and a lot more far-reaching and a lot more long-term about, and have some real outcomes from it. Although I don't mind getting a report.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I think Councillor Carbone has done a good job putting this forward, and I think, as we've all mentioned, we all support trees within our streets. And I guess I'd just like to share a personal story about someone within my ward who is a close family friend, who has a 150-year-old Moreton Bay fig tree in their yard, which supports 4 owls, countless galahs, bats during certain parts of the year, and their family has just paid $5,000 to have that tree pruned, and that's something that we as a whole community get the benefit from. So I think whether it's financial incentives or whatever it is, I think I'm happy to see a report come back to council, and also see how we can better promote the rebate to ensure that people do the right thing. And I appreciate the comments that Councillor Lemon has made around developers. I think at the end of the day, we can only do what we can do, and I think we can do this now to see whether we can make a benefit. It's a report. We can then debate it in full jest when it comes back.
Can I point out that where residents actually do have significant trees on their property, they can apply to council for some support, financial support for the pruning, and hopefully you've communicated that. and I think this was part of this report that you call for, is ways of publicising this kind of support that is available to our community, because some people like perhaps your neighbour, did not know that that sort of thing existed. So, Councillor Hubel. No, it's Henschke, sorry. Councillor Henschke.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, on that point of raising awareness of the opportunities for the community, we've just heard very, very important. So tonight I would like to see an alternative motion that proposes alternatives. So, for example, maybe one of the solutions, one of the alternatives is to raise awareness with the community about the trees, about the possibility to get funding, and that would be easy enough through our corporate communications people. Then we have to look at the big picture, of course. As Helga said, the planning laws are all going to change. That will have broad implications for every council. We really need to have a report to anticipate what the impacts of this change in planning law and system is going to be on all of our wards. The Rose Park Terrace Gardens ward in particular, it starts at Victoria Park. It connects with the, if you like, the lungs of our city and extends right through almost to the hills, touches the other wards. It is a very important corridor. It's not just about trees and canopy and fresh air, it's, as we've heard already, biodiversity and the movement of birds. So we really have to understand the problem more deeply. I feel I'm very glad that Councillor Carbone has started this conversation in our chamber, because it is certainly front of mind of many of the people that supported me to become an elected member. So I applaud him on starting this conversation, and I wish we can put together a motion to delve into the problem more deeply, understand the big picture, all the external factors that are going to affect why trees are being removed as we speak. Like last week around the corner from my property, several large trees were removed for a development. It's happening every day. So at that, I will leave it at that. Finally, there are some very good best practices around the world. Whenever I Google this topic, countries, monitor their trees. They put tags on every tree. There's technology now where you can put markers on trees, identify them on the GPS, etc. And so if we have that information, more information we have about our assets, the better we can manage them. Thank you.
Councillor Hubel.
Thank you. And again, I agree with the concept behind this wholeheartedly, Councillor Carbone. I just wonder whether, look, I think the cash for trees, the finance, I guess might have been isolated a little bit too much in part one. I guess a suggestion I've got would be to, if we can amend part one to maybe broaden the scope of the report, include options concerning development avenues, communication of rebates that are available, assistance that is available. Is that the sort of thing you'd be open to? Yeah. Well, I think the motion as it is, I see as saying the report that we're asking for with this motion is asking just for financial incentives for ratepayers, and I think there's more that's possible. So I don't know that this motion goes far enough. That saying, I'm not going to vote against getting a report, but I would encourage us to delve into this issue as deeply as we can.
Councillor Cornish.
Thank you, Mayor Monceau. Just a question of administration in the first instance with the motion that's currently presented. Is that possible to be incorporated into the holistic report that is expected in February, or would it be a separate report that you would actually present?
Through your worship, I think looking at the motion as it stands, we will touch upon it within the upcoming report in February to provide by way of an update. However, there has been an action plan already approved by Council a period of time ago, and we are providing an update on the specific actions from within that plan already presented to Council. We'll touch upon it, we'll make mention of it, but we will require a little bit more time to then provide a more detailed report if this resolution gets up, and we'll provide that in March.
Look, I will speak to the motion. Like everyone here, very supportive of trees in our area. I will be supporting the motion as it stands. It is seeking a report. I will put my cards on the table right now. I really do not like cash incentives, government handing out cash incentives like this, because sometime in the future, another government wants to take them back, like our emergency services levy rebate, and that causes a massive issue. Or the concessions for pensioners on for rates. It's a big issue when you you provide an incentive and then at some point in the future you want to take them back. So it's a really big decision to make, and I'm fundamentally against it. I much prefer to see more of the detail of the holistic report, but as it's just asking for a report, I'm happy to see the information that will be presented to this council, so we'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Could I have a question in regard to the update on the action plan? Would it be possible, perhaps, if this motion did get up, to perhaps just push that back so that they did coincide? Would that be possible, do you think?
Or do it by then?
Through your worship, the resolution that we're responding to specifically says bring it back in February, the canopy action plan upgrade. So we're just following council direction.
That's a shame.
Through the mayor. Through the mayor, yes, we can. Clearly, the canopy action plan is designed around public trees, and this motion really fundamentally relates to private trees. So to align the two is possible, but we're dealing with, while they're all significant trees, there is a different legislative framework that surrounds management of public trees versus private trees.
Understand. So
therein lies the issue for us, but we certainly can push back the canopy action plan report from February to align it with this motion, should it be successful.
Okay, thank you. I didn't. That's a valid point. Then could I have a crack at an amendment, do you think? Could I make an amendment to read inclusion in number 1? Oh, don't do that to me. Oh, okay, yep. The administration presented a report to council on possible initiatives. I'm actually trying to backfill into what I want to do is just broaden number 1 to include a whole range of initiatives, including financial incentives. Would that be an acceptable amendment?
Well, it's an amendment, so he doesn't get a choice.
No, it's an amendment. I'm not seeking it'd be my own amendment. But would that be an acceptable amendment? It would? Yeah, I'm certainly keen not to undermine the existing one. So the administration presented a report to council on possible initiatives to promote the maintenance of significant native trees on private property. Maintenance and retention. Yep. Now, can I just ask a question? The word the significant there is has a legal meaning. Whereas it'd be nice if it did cover, for instance, the question of Councillor Hughes, or the story was probably not under the law a significant tree.
Why don't we go instead of significant native trees instead of retention of our tree canopy on private property, and then that would include all trees.
Major? Through the Mayor.
Thank you.
That takes it into a realm of almost impossibility.
Okay, let's stay with significant trees. All right, significant native trees on private property, including, but not limited to, financial incentives for ratepayers, full stop. So what I'm hearing around the chamber, and I don't disagree with that, is that we'd all want the same thing. I think we might have gone early in regard to that. The financial incentives is not a way to go. That's what the report's for. Councillor Carbone's asked for a report, and that's exactly for flushing out those sorts of issues, and that's when we should decide that. But it is also important, I think, to broaden the question and see what else is available to us in regard to this. So hopefully someone will second that amendment, and I think that is a good way to go forward.
I'll second that amendment.
Councillor Hubel, you're willing to second that? He's spoken. I was just checking that. Yes, he has. You've already spoken. You can't.
Okay.
There aren't more people left, actually. Councillor Dawes.
He hasn't spoken, John.
Councillor Jones. Turnbull. The only option,
I actually had a question first.
Yeah, I had you down next for a question, but we have to resolve this first.
Well, you can ask his question now. It's been moved.
We can ask questions. Okay. Would you like to ask a question?
Do we actually know how many of these trees there are on private property? So you can't actually cost it in advance of the budget.
Through the Mayor, that's correct. We have some indication of some significant trees because they're contained in an addendum to the development plan. That was not refreshed, but it was analysed, I think, 12 to 24 months ago. But that's the only indication of what significant trees we have on private property. That is not exhaustive, though. It's only a very small percentage in our view. So we have no idea how many significant or regulated trees or any others that Councillor Piggott would deem as significant or major in a broader term. There are.
And so this is another question. The motion says significant native trees. Well, a Moreton Bay fig is not native to South Australia, is it? So is that native or not native?
What's the definition of significant?
Yeah.
There's two types.
Through the Mayor, a regulated tree is a tree with a circumference of 2.5 metres. I think it's about 1 or 2 metres up.
1 metre.
Nose, and significant regulated is one that's 3.5 metres, so it's even bigger again. Generally it does relate to native trees, so there are non-native trees that wouldn't apply to in terms of a planning development approval process.
Start. It is. Do you have any further questions?
No.
Do we have a seconder then for Councillor Piggott's motion, amended motion?
What options do we have? Who hasn't spoken?
Then
Mike Dawes.
Councillor Dawes.
I haven't said anything. Am I on or not?
No. Now? You're still on, honey.
Yeah, sorry.
Now try. Okay. Relatively new to this council, and this council has a habit of, I've only been 3 meetings, and they just talk over and over the same things. And I think everybody wants a solution. I can sense that. But to help Councillor Piggott, I'm going to second it because I think there is support there around the table for it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the amended motion? There are only a...
Oh, I can't speak, can I? I don't think I can speak, can I? No.
So shall we put the... I'd like to put the You've spoken.
I've spoken. Okay.
Yeah. I'd like to put the amended motion. Those in favour of the amended motion that is up there on the screen at the moment? 1, 2, 3, yeah, okay. Thank you. And those who are against? So we go back to who to speak? Is it Councillor? Yes, only Councillor Jones or Councillor Turnbull now can speak, if they wish to. No, and then mover, which is the original, is covered. Right, so now it goes back to the original mover of the original motion, which is Councillor Carbone, to sum up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was actually looking a little bit worried there for a minute, thinking I'm not going to get my motion through, which of course I promised at the election. But just to go through a couple of questions, I was asked, one of the councillors asked about rebates. Rebates we can't offer on trees, so that's why it was like a bit of a grant, cash incentive, so that's why we got around there. I'm a little bit disappointed to hear things like it's only for wealthy people. That's certainly not the case in my experience. And in fact, there is a block of flats next to me which does have a tree. So I think just to generalise and say, oh, it's only for rich people who have big houses, lots of land, pools and tennis courts, I think is a very, very unfair assessment there. Look, you know, we all talked about, you know, when people, it wasn't looking good there for a while, but people were talking about, you know, oh, well, it's more to do with, you know, urban infill, and it's a state government issue and they're responsible for all this and we need to raise awareness and all these lovey-dovey, wishy-washy sort of things, where really, let's cut to the chase here. The best way to encourage anyone to do the right thing is to give them some cash. Because no amount of flyers in the letterbox, no amount of commercials on TV and all that kind of feel-good stuff isn't really going to cut it, because we're kind of doing that now. Everybody loves trees, they hate cutting them down, but it's a war we're losing. So we need to, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures, and that's why this was proposed. So, but I am encouraged by all the good comments around the chamber. It's good to see that we're all on board, and it's not just talk and things and election flyers and things you say when you're going door knocking. It's actually good to see that we're actually making real positive action here, and that's what they want. No more talk, they want action, and this report is going to call for action. So thank you. This motion.
Just before we put the motion, could you just change in the second line, tress to trees, please? Right, those who are in favour of the motion that is now on the table, please raise your hands. Those who are against?
Division, please.
The motion is carried, but the division has been called, so those who have who voted in favour, please stand. Councillor Lemon, Councillor Carbone, Councillor Turnbull, Councillor Dawes, Councillor Jones, Councillor Hubel, Councillor Cornish, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Davey, Councillor Piggott and Councillor Davis. And against, Councillor Henschke. The motion is carried. Right, we move on to a second motion that you have put forward, Councillor Carbone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in reading out the motion, that the administration present a report to Council on strategies to improve the marketing and promotion of the City of Burnside, Council services and events, and any other updates that would boost resident engagement. That the report include discussion on a streamlined social media communications model with the option to have all communication channeled through one Facebook page and managed by one department. And that the report be presented to Council on 26 February 2019, so that any financial implications for adopted recommendations can be included in the draft 2019-2020 budget. Council, I don't want to spend too much time on this motion, as I believe it's fairly straightforward, although I thought the last one was straightforward too. But off the back of Councillor Turnbull's motion to reinstate our print media engagement, I strongly believe we need to review our entire marketing and communications, especially when it comes to social media. In recent years, this council has made vast improvements through the use of quarterly magazines, mail-outs to residents and the live streaming of council meetings. But I don't think this goes far enough. What about social media? Do we really utilise this to its full potential? Every company, organisation, government body in the world has embraced social media as one of their main forms of communication. Yet I can't help but feel that we don't give it enough attention or budget it truly deserves. If you want to keep it at a local government level in South Australia for the time being, I have to tip my hat to the previous Adelaide City Council, who really got behind social media in 2014 to 2018, with former Lord Mayor Martin Hazy leading the charge, and even doing a short video to the residents of Adelaide. They were leaders in this space and their residents felt engaged. By using social media to its full potential, we can build an audience and communicate in real time easily, efficiently and cost effectively. The last Burnside Council saw a number of candidates, myself included, turn to social media for one of their main communication channels. I personally was overwhelmed with the response I received from social media during the campaign election, and it certainly debunked a lot of theories I had that Facebook was only for younger people. Of the 6,000 people in a 2-kilometre radius who watched my campaign video, the most engaged audience were people over the age of 55. 40% of people who watched the video were over 55, with 22% over 65. And today, most of the elected members on council continue to use social media to ensure ongoing engagement with their own residents. To me, this motion is a no-brainer. The appetite is there, the skills are there, our residents are online and ready. All we need is the right strategy and the right management plan. Let's do everything we can to keep our residents engaged and that there are no gaps in our communication. The magazine is good, the mail-outs are good, the print media campaign, which we're discussing later, will be good. Social media, I think, is the last gap. Let's have a complete review and see what we can do better to engage our residents.
Councillor Davis, do you wish to second it or you?
I do. I didn't have the same reaction in my social media. I paid for ads, things like that, and didn't get much response. But in terms of the way that the City of Burnside, in my view, manages social media, is I don't think we do it very well. Our social media posts are lists. They're not about engagement in terms of an emotional engagement in the projects that we're doing. So for example, we have an event happening in Glenunga, and at the moment I believe that Councillor Carbone, Councillor Jones and I are the only ones interested. And perhaps now, Councillor Hughes. The problem is that, can we create social media content that makes it interesting? It's not just an ad. It's not an ad space. You can run ads, but you don't get any engagement. Social media is about telling your story. And the problem with Burnside at the moment is that, in my view, we are the Kim Kardashians of councils. Kim Kardashian buys a handbag, the whole world knows. My wife buys a handbag and I barely notice. So the thing is that if we do anything, in my view, Burnside is hyper-publicised. And we don't, in my view, over the last 4 years, we haven't actively sold the good story and all the good things that we're doing in Burnside. And a lot of that does come down to our elected members who are, I know, now pushing that more frequently. But if you look at Adelaide City Council, it really does come from the mayor, and it comes from a personal story and a connection from the councillors with their residents. So it's about creating interesting posts that people are interested in. Otherwise, Facebook will essentially turn you off, what it is. So if we had, nice photos, things like that from around Burnside, or an Instagram of nice shots from Burnside, things like that. But those are the types of things we should be looking at. I don't believe we should have a social media spend. I think it's about the content that we produce. And I think that it can be done in a better way. And it is another avenue for us to reach our residents. So I'm happy to support it. I believe that social media is very limited. In many ways, it's quite limited to, it's difficult for organisations to actually reach their customers in a way that an individual would. So for example, Christopher Pine, in his election, him mowing the lawn that was the biggest thing of the election. That was the most carried thing, is because it was a personal story of him doing something normal. The rest of it, jobs and growth, that didn't go so well on social media. But it's about the personal stories of people. So in terms of our social media presence, it should be telling our stories, talking about our volunteers, talking about Joylene Fraser and her bucket of water with the koala, although I did see the koala looked somewhat concerned. But those types of stories should be the ones that we're selling. Our volunteers, for example, Craig Holt, our last Citizen of the Year, we should be telling his story on social media, and it should be turned away from a list of a simple event and a list of this happened, because we'll continue to get 5 likes out of a community of 45,000. So I do believe we should pivot, we should access that community better, we can better communicate, but it needs to be thought of in a different way and sell ourselves in a different way. So hopefully we can sell that great message of all the good things that Burnside are doing, so that we end up less in the news for buying a new handbag. So, yeah.
Councillor Cornish.
Just a question, if I can, through you to the administration. I remember this project actually being proposed in the last budget to look at the social media, and I can't recall if it made the final cut. It was a very small project, and whether or not that project has actually been undertaken so far this year.
Through the Mayor. Yes, a couple of years ago there was a centralisation of Facebook project. At the time we had approximately 9 Facebook pages, all ran by different groups and departments and whatever. That project served to review all of that, and with the goal of centralising it down to 1. What we found as part of that project is that there were certain pages that didn't even have a social media site, like the swimming centre, for example. But that was being administered by parties that were not the City of Burnside, which means that there was a risk there because we couldn't control it or paste anything on there. So what we ended up doing was rationalizing everything down to 1, except for those sites where we needed to take back control in terms of being able to book it. When we tried to then go to merge the pages back into 1, once we got control of, say, the swimming center as an example, because there's different addresses, it's not actually possible to merge the sites. And so what would have happened is, like, Pepper Street had at the time somewhere around the number of 2,000 or so, sorry, 3,000 followers. There was the library that had about 1,700 followers and whatever. They would have to manually choose to join, like, give up what they've been following already and join the centralized one, in which case we didn't go down that path. What we did instead was take the main Facebook site, made that the parent page, and then we were able to kind of manage the other ones from a central department underneath that, although they appear as different entities at this stage.
Thank you.
Councillor Joan.
No, I'm first.
It is Councillor Hubel.
Yeah, look, I fully support this, Councillor Carbone, but I guess unfortunately, again, I don't feel it goes far enough. Certainly point 2, I think if we're saying just Facebook is the option, and look, I realise it does say with the option to have all communication channeled through 1 Facebook page, but I think that point 1 and point 3 carry the gist of things. Certainly there's other types of social media other than the product Facebook. Engaging in social media is the creation of content that is shared online. Social media includes a video that Mayor Monceau might make summarising a council meeting, like the new Mayor of Port Adelaide Enfield is doing. I'd certainly like to see this report investigate what other councils are doing and the success they're having. And I worry that 26th of February is a bit too small a turnaround to make this an efficient, deep, worthwhile investigation into what's going on. So I guess I'm in 2 minds as to... I will support this motion. I will vote for this motion, but I don't think it goes far enough. I don't think it goes as far as it needs to solve this issue.
Councillor Joan.
fine, but otherwise we're going to get a half-assed review, frankly, just for the purpose of meeting budget deadline.
Can I ask this question of the administration, please?
The administration has considered the motion as it stands, and without taking on those extra things, we felt that the 26th of February was doable. If you're looking for perhaps a bit more in depth and broaden the things other than Facebook, then I think March would be more realistic, and we could still achieve the deadlines for the budget.
I'm happy to accept such a motion.
Councillor Carbone and Councillor Davis, you're ready, happy to change the date on that to March 12th?
Yes.
Would that be acceptable? Sorry, just leave it as March, all right, is being recommended by administration. So we'll just change that to March, in March 2019. Thank you. Have Councillor Henschke.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the administration. What is the problem the administration sees with the marketing and promotion of the City of Burnside, etc.? Because I believe we're just jumping to a solution, and there's a risk here of spending money unnecessarily on more IT projects. So I really want to know, firstly, before we jump to solutions and reports, on what is the problem? Have we done any work on defining a problem? Thank you.
Through the Mayor, it's a very good question, but probably one that's very difficult to answer. However, we do have an opportunity in the coming week or so to review the feedback that we received from the annual community survey. And one of the questions in there was, what is your preferred method of engagement, depending on the age groups? And so there's some really quite powerful analysis in there about which is the preferred method. I don't know whether we've got a problem as such. I think we've had some good response from the community to say that they're happy with the engagement. Obviously, there's always a balance between cost and resources with those engagement processes. That said, look, there are always, we should never stop looking at whether we can improve. One of the strong pieces of feedback that came back was about the use of emails, and certainly my local council has just recently promoted a sign-up website where if you want to receive your community information electronically, you can provide your email address. So perhaps that's something we could look at if that's the preference. So to answer a question, I'm not sure of the fact that we've got a significant problem. I think we do it reasonably well, but that's not to say there isn't room for improvement. And I think that annual community survey will help the elected members form an opinion on that, hopefully before we bring the report back.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Worship. And thank you, Councillor Henschke, for your question, and Martin for your response, because that was my question. I wanted some idea of what's the extent of use of social media in Burnside. I mean, I wouldn't use it in a fit. I mean, I think I'm admitting I'm a troglodyte. I can't see why you'd sit on Facebook and do stuff.
The memes.
I just don't understand it. We've got emails, we've got so many other formulas and avenues. So I'll certainly be interested in the report and to hear all of that information. So thank you.
Councillor Lemon.
Thank you. I would hope that the report that comes back would have at least give us a bit of a broad brush stroke about what sort of staffing would be required to generate the content to in fact have a dynamic Facebook site, because social media is a content hungry beast. This isn't about following around elected members who do interesting things. This is about making the fact that the swimming centre is going to be open 1 week later or closed 1 week earlier interesting enough to people that they'll look at it on Facebook. So I would hope that we will look at the staffing requirements of turning what is fairly dry content into something that is, shall we say, sexy. The other thing that I would say, and I'll just follow on Jane Davey here, I too am interested in the Galunga Hub, but I couldn't be bothered putting that on Facebook. I just said, yes, I'm coming and I will be there. So, no, and in terms of the 6,000 views that Councillor Carbone got, well, 3,000 of them were for me because his video came up on my computer to the extent I ran screaming from the house saying, how do I turn this off? So half that.
It worked.
No, I didn't actually vote for you.
Big surprise.
Councillor Cornish.
Thank you, Mayor Monso. I'd like to move an amendment, if I may. Exactly the same. However, in item 2, I would like to remove the with the option ... to the end. So just leave it at model. My rationale for that is I agree with sentiments raised earlier that we shouldn't be locking ourselves into Facebook. Social media is a pretty ageist game these days, where you'll find that a certain age group will be on one social media platform and another age group will be on another media platform. You'll get professionals on LinkedIn, and you'll get I suppose those that want to be at the ready on Twitter. You'll get Facebook will be the friends and family group. Younger people will be on Snapchat and probably even new social media that I've never heard of, because I can never keep up with the latest social media trends for younger generations at the moment. So my amendment is effectively to remove locking us into Facebook, because if we are to streamline a social media communications model, we can't limit ourselves to one portion of the population that we represent. It needs to be everyone. So I hope someone supports or seconds my amendment, if it's accepted by the Mayor, of course.
Are you happy to accept that, Councillor Carbone and Davis? The amendment? Or I don't think it's an amendment. I think it's just making it a broader option. So I'd be quite happy if you just were happy to allow that to go with that half sentence removed.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly can.
Okay, so we've ruled out the whole streamlining it to one page, but would that still be part of the discussion around a review? Because if we are going to open up to Instagram, Vine, Snapchat and so forth, we've already got 5 pages. Are we going to have 10 in total? So would opening up to other social media avenues, would that still include the idea of culling the amount of Facebook pages? Because we can't have 5 Facebook and then all the others. So it's got to be only 1 Facebook and then the others. Does that make sense?
I think, having just mentioned it to administration, they're quite happy with the removal of that sentence that specifically relates to Facebook, and they can accommodate other aspects of social media without just limiting to the one particular carrier.
Yes, but would the
report will look at a broader...
But would the review include a bit of a cull?
Okay, the report will look at culling 5 to 1. So you're okay with that if we... No. You're not?
No, in my view, we're looking at, the question is, do we need more than one Facebook group? Do we need a Facebook group for Galunga Hub? Do we need one for Kensington Garden Reserve? What should we do? Should we just have one? So that's the question. That's the question that's raised in 2, and that's I think it's a substantial amendment. So it's really up to your worship. It's part of the review, though. Yeah, no. I don't.
Just take the amendment.
Okay, I will take the amendment. You'll second the amendment. Thank you, Councillor Hughes. You are able to. No, I've lost the motion. We can put it now as it is with the amendment. Yeah, we can put that.
Anyone else wants to speak to the amendment?
Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? If there's anyone else left to speak? No. If not, I will put the amendment. Those who are in favour of the amended motion, please raise your hands. The amendment, please raise your hands. And those who are against? Right. Well, I think there was only one against, the rest of them were for. So it's carried. The amendment is carried. Now the amendment becomes the motion, and is there anyone now summarising? It's back.
So, councillors, thank you very much for supporting this motion, or what I view as a support. Of course, like all marketing avenues, not everyone is always reached all the time, okay? Email won't reach every single person. Mail outs won't reach every single person. And likewise with social media, of course there's going to be gaps where people aren't on social media and they're going to be missed. But at the moment there are a lot of people who are on Facebook, okay? And it's a powerful tool that we're not using, that we're not enhancing to its full potential. And I'm glad to see that Councillor Davis, agree with me that, it's been a little bit average in recent years and so forth. It is all about creating stories that are exciting, and I'm glad also that you mentioned the photo of Joylene and her koala, because you know which page that came from. So thank you for seeing that. But it's all about engaging residents as much as humanly possible. We need to make sure that we touch everyone humanly possible. So yes, it is just a combination of what's currently in the program as well. It's not going to take away from the magazine. It's not going to take away from the website. It's not going to take away from the mail outs. We're simply just adding to that, because there are a lot of residents who are on Facebook and who could be communicated with very, very, very easily, and we're not. So I put the motion to you.
Those who are in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. Against? I think it was unanimous, wasn't it? Let's just have the question asked. We should move the question time earlier on before we finish all these three. We should finish these three. Yeah, okay. All right, so Councillor Davey, it is your motion next.
Thank you, Your Worship. My motion is, and I've just slightly amended it, Rob, so that I'll read it out. That a report be brought to Council in 6 weeks, which addresses, through the Eastern Health Authority, the ability to provide the Zovirax or other shingles vaccination for mature Burnside residents. That the report consider what costs are involved, which state and federal MPs can be approached to assist us to obtain the funding, what local and state and federal funding opportunities are needed to achieve this, along with the existing suite of immunisations that are available for residents, or vaccinations that are available for residents. So.
Oh, sorry. Habit. Really bad habit. Can I declare a conflict of interest as I'm currently on the
Eastern Health Authority Board.
Now I'm really thrown.
That's all right.
Sorry. Yes, although it's a regional subsidiary, I get to stay on their own.
Yes, so
you can hear it.
Conflict of interest.
I'll just clarify point 2. That the report consider what costs are involved, which state, delete and, so it's comma, which state and federal MPs can be approached to assist us to obtain funding, and what state and federal funding opportunities are needed to achieve this, along with the existing suite of vaccinations available for residents. I hope that makes it clear. I'm trying to cover all bases. So this has arisen from a resident query, and when I looked into it I thought, well yes, there is an issue here. Eastern Health Authority, which we all know, is a very valuable regional subsidiary which represents City of Burnside, Campbelltown, Norwood, Payneham and St Peters, City of Prospect, City of Walkerville and the City of Unley. And it provides a... Sorry? No longer Unley. Oh, I beg your pardon. So it's a significant range of eastern councils, which provide a great range of public health functions, primarily amongst them which is their wonderful vaccination program for our community. Given that this covers about 160,000 people across these councils, it mainly, quite rightly, importantly covers the vaccinations for infants, children and adolescents, as has been outlined. I've given you a handout here that just shows the range of wonderful vaccinations that are available now. It also provides flu vaccinations for just about everybody, plus a pneumococcal vaccination for some of our mature community. But the one that's missing is the Zovirax or shingles vaccine, which somehow slipped off. And I'm not sure if it's a funding issue or what the reason is now. So I believe that there's room for improvement in this by making this vaccine available as recommended to those 60 plus years and over. Unfortunately, if giving you a bit of historical background, this cohort of the population did not have the benefit of the varicella zoster chickenpox vaccine, which is now available for all children to prevent chickenpox, and which rightly now has become a very rare disease. Those of us who suffered from it as children are now susceptible to its reappearance in mature years as shingles. This is a very debilitating and painful condition, but is now preventable by a Zovirax vaccination. So all I'm asking for is that the City of Burnside and EHA work together to explore how this can be achieved. I believe that there may be funding issues and that this is an optimal time with the federal election looming, with the budget cycles for the state and local government sector, that we can actually explore why and how we could obtain this vaccination. There are actually over 12,300 residents in Burnside over 60 years, with 2,800 of those over 80 years old. So it would be of great benefit to our community, also more broadly the mature residents in the other councils. So I ask for your support that we actually explore how we can explore all avenues to get the funding necessary from state or federal governments, or whether we need to fund it ourselves. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Lemon?
Yes, I'm very happy to second this. I'm very happy to second this as somebody who's recently had chickenpox for the third time as an adult. Anything that can prevent that disease spreading through our community is welcome, personally by me, but from a public health perspective, I actually think shingles is a terrible disease. Well, we've all got chickenpox, the virus in our systems, and I haven't had shingles, I've had chickenpox again and again and again. Anything that can increase immunity within our population is certainly worth pursuing.
Councillor Davis.
Your Worship, I have a question of the administration through you. What is Zovirax?
Can I just say that it is a drug that is administered to prevent, I'm not sure if it's technically a vaccine, but it certainly is a drug that is used to try to prevent the people getting the disease, but also it slows down if you get shingles or get the first signs of shingles. This drug is provided in the early stages to actually prevent it from spreading. And this disease, shingles can attack in any area of the body. Sometimes it's generally found around the back area, but it can also move into the mouth, the throat, and I'm certainly aware of a friend of mine who had never had chickenpox as a child, Asian lady, and got shingles in her 40s, and it was right through her mouth, her throat, down through her digestive system. So it is an incredibly debilitating disease, depending, of course, where it is you get it, but it's also, if any of you have ever had chickenpox, how itchy it is, and it forms scabs, and it's really, it is a really, really difficult disease, and it is easily spread from one person to another as well. So I think anything that we can do to try to promote and get advice from Eastern Authority. No, I'm giving advice.
Yeah,
I'm allowed. No, I'm giving information. I was asked to provide information, and according to the Act, I'm allowed to give information. I'm not trying to...
I think that the point is that you were giving an opinion.
Okay, so...
So my question is, so this sounds like a medication that is applied to a particular symptom or disease. Is it, or it's treatment for something which has been identified? Does the Eastern Health Authority, my understanding was they did vaccines, does it come under their ambit to provide those types of medications?
Could I just say that having been on the Eastern Health Authority for the last 8 years, that this is the best group for us to seek this advice from?
No, my question is, does the Eastern Health Authority provide to the community medications which are not vaccines?
It does, but it's only if it's been given to the through federal government grant or through federal government provision. Am I correct? Yeah, I'm sure it is. I mean, most of these immunisations come as a package from the federal government, and the federal government gives Eastern Health and all other organisations the authority to provide this medication free of charge, like the flu vaccination, for example.
Yes, but they're all vaccinations. This isn't a vaccination.
Well, I wouldn't like to say that it is a vaccination or not. I'm not informed sufficiently. It is a drug that is used to prevent the spread of it within an individual, and therefore it has an impact on their health.
Well, no doubt, yeah. Okay. I'll speak to it then. I have no idea what Zavorax is.
Through the Mayor, may I just recommend that the motion as it stands actually asks the Eastern Health Authority for that information.
Okay.
I don't think there's any expertise within the administration that can answer the question unless the current EHA board members can, but in the absence of that being able to occur, I recommend you get a professional response from EHA itself.
Right.
I believe this is the purpose of this motion is to seek that information. I personally have taken Zavorax, and it has certainly had a positive impact on preventing the spread of shingles in my body, but then I am a one-off person. The issue is, as Mr. Deb has said, the best people to ask for advice and information is our subsidiary.
What's the prevalence of shingles within Burnside residents?
Again, EHA would be able to give us some indication of possible figures or statistics on shingles and on the spread of, possibly not within Burnside specifically. That would probably have to be much broader. Yeah. But I think it's about seeking how can we help and maybe initiate.
Okay, I'll speak to it. My turn. Just wait. In my view, our council officers are very valuable resources, and we pay them a lot of money. And in my view, doing this type, I think reports, they can be very easy for this council, and I think that doing reports are easy to get through the chamber, but what we need to consider is the impact that has on the administration and what that does to the management of our city. So we have 163 FTEs who are tasked with doing jobs.
Can I just interrupt by saying this actually is asking for a report from EHA, not from our administration?
Same thing, yeah. So in general, I believe that reports contain work and a significant amount of research and time and effort. And I have no idea what I'm voting on. And I'm not sure what Zavorax is, whether it's a vaccine, whether it comes under the gambit of EHA, and the amount of time, and I'm not sure whether the amount of time invested in it to do this is worth it or not. And there are three very persuasive people, being the Mayor, Councillor Davey and Councillor Lemon, who I would normally take your opinion as, you know, I'd say yes. Well, based on off your opinion, I'd go and do it. And I'm happy to take that kind of advice. In this matter, I have absolutely no idea, and I don't like being led in a circumstance where I have no idea what it is, how prevalent it is, what the need is in our community, what the implications are, or the cost of report. And so I don't ask anyone to agree with me. You do what you need to do. I don't want to seek that this be voted down at all. Just say I'm not sure I can support it. I have no idea what's going on.
Councillor Henschke.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment to the words that may be helpful for elected members. And this would read, item 1, that the report be brought to Council in 6 weeks, which addresses through the EHA, not just the ability to provide this medication or vaccine, but the need, the benefits, and as it's captured later, the cost, and even the timing of a sense of urgency for this vaccine, because it may need to be implemented in certain seasons, in the 18-19 financial year, etc. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Piggott, do you wish to speak? Does anyone else wish to speak on this matter? Right, I shall put the amendment. Sorry, Councillor Jones, I apologise.
I would just like to oppose and save everyone some time and go to the Australian Government Department of Health website. The shingles vaccine is called Zostafax, and it's available free if you're over 70. So there you go, I've saved everyone a whole heap of time. Zavirax is an antiviral. You also use it for cold sores. It's a general antiviral.
So there is a free vaccine for over 70s?
Yeah, called Zostafax.
Right.
So...
I think I'll still move put the motion, the amendment. So those are in favour of the amendment? Those who are against? Right, the amendment is carried. Now becomes the motion. Those are no. We have Councillor Davey to sum up.
We just put the correct name of the vaccination in there, as we've been so eloquently
Zostavax. So it is Zostavax.
So where it's instead of Zovirax, it's Zostavax. And delete or other. Zovirax or other. And Zovirax. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for your support. And while and for the clarification about the free vaccination to those over 70, I think there's still a cohort which could well be susceptible, and which it's certainly worth exploring to see exactly what is able to be provided and with the needs and benefits of this. So I hope you'll support this motion. Thank you.
Those who are in favour of this motion? We shall move on to the Subsidiary Financial Information. Councillor Henschke.
Thank you, Mayor. This is quite a simple motion to to read out. It's about financial management, and as we all know, we are this year going to be not only working on the 1920 financial plan, but also the long-term financial plan. So
sorry, Councillor Henschke, could you read the motion?
Read your motion? Thank you.
For our people who are listening at home.
Thank you. I'll read the motion. Subsidiary financial information. Motion that the administration request the approved forecast capital and operating costs over the project life for the ERA water project and the Brown Hill Creek project, with the information to be provided to Council in the March CEO report.
I wish to speak on it.
Thank you, Mayor. So we are, as elected members, not only preparing the 1920 financial plan, but the long-term financial plan. So it's pertinent to understand what financial forecasts we have, understand the risks we have ahead of us, the stability, and certainly these two projects are subsidiary activities or companies that we are involved in, and for the financial security of the ratepayers, we need to make it transparent and clear what financial forecasts we have for these projects, because the projects, one project in particular has risks, I believe, with its technical feasibility, and we'll hear more about that later in this council meeting. I'll be asking questions. It is the ERA water project is about groundwater and injection into groundwater aquifers. There are many assumptions, and so we have to be clear what those assumptions are, and with the assumptions will come financial fluctuations. So we have to have enough capital in the bank to prepare ourselves for that. Brown Hill Creek will be a significant capital project that many councils will be facing. So that simply is what I'm calling in the motion. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Piggott?
Yeah, I'm happy to question it. Second it. You look, these, Councillor Henschke's right, these two are significant projects in the life of council, and I assume while it would have been in the plan in terms of educating the new council in regard to both these subsidiaries. These are important documents which exist and shouldn't actually be too onerous to actually provide as requested. So I think it's a good thing to do, and I feel we should vote it up and move to the next one.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Councillor Davis, you haven't pressed your button, so...
Like pressing buttons. Do we already have these? Sorry? Do we already have these documents?
Through the Mayor, not the revised versions. So what I'm understanding of the motion is their long-term plan for 10 years. So usually the subsidiaries would provide us with a 10-year long-term plan, which might not necessarily be the entire project life. But certainly their long-term plan could be incorporated in ours. We don't currently have the revised versions. We'll have to go back and ask for them.
Great. Okay, cool.
Any further questions or comments? Right, I shall put the motion. Those who are in favour? Oh, sorry. Do you want to just... I didn't give you the opportunity to sum up.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies.
No, thank you, Mayor. To summarise, yes, thank you, Karishma, for clarifying, and thank you, Councillor Davey. It is, yes, about not just the 10-year financial plan, but it is the project life, and these projects will have a life of, could be 20 years. Thank you.
Those who are in favour, please raise your hands. Those opposed? I think that was a unanimous vote in support. because we've been waiting for people with questions on notice, we'll do the question on notice, and then the members of the public who wish to go, then they can. So it's a public question on question time. Sorry, used the wrong terminology. So I've just got to get my piece of paper. Thank you for participating in public question time. We've set aside 15 minutes for this item. As you entered the chamber this evening, those interested in posing questions were given a number. I believe that we have 3 that have been taken. I have number 4 and 5 here, so only. Okay. Would you pass that over?
Did you want me to give someone?
Sorry, just pass it. Okay, we know it. Okay, all right. So number 4, please come forward as called by number and sit in the deputy's chair to ask the question. This is so your question can be recorded and heard by those listening at home. You must state your name and the topic of your question before asking it through the mayor. Each person will have 2 minutes to ask their question. If there will be no supplementary questions allowed, and an answer will be provided if possible, and then we will move on to the next question. If we do not get through all the questions tonight, hopefully we do, then they lapse and there is no carryover to the next meeting. I take this opportunity to remind all that the provisions relating to behaviour and conduct in meetings and various legislative requirements continue to apply for this item and throughout question time. If your question cannot be answered by the administration, it will be taken on notice and acknowledged with an answer to be included in the public minutes. I now ask the person with question 1 to come forward.
Thanks very much. Yes. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Clive Brown from Lowell Avenue, Linden Park. My question is, the nursery on the corner of Weymouth Street and Lowell Avenue, what is the council's plans for that nursery at this stage?
I'll ask Mr. Cant, give an answer on that one.
Thank you for your question. Council doesn't have any definitive plans for the future of the site at this stage. The service that's currently being undertaken from that site will move to the location at Conyngham Street in Glenside.
Yeah.
Following the completion of that project, expected December this year. At some point during the next year, this council will consider the future options for that site.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a subsequent question or make a comment? Obviously, there will be some form of community consultation at that point in time.
Absolutely.
What you wanted to know as well, is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Question number 2.
Good evening. My name is John Hartley of Glen Osmond. My question is regarding the Conyngham Street Depot. The Conyngham Street Depot has been used as a municipal waste transfer station for many years and currently has an existing continuous use under the Planning Act to be used as such, even though several adjoining properties now abut against the waste bins lining the eastern fence and southern boundary. Has planning approval been given for redesign of the waste transfer station at the Conyngham Street Depot, or is it more than likely that SA Planning, in conjunction with the SA EPA, will use this addition of a men's shed and biodiversity nursery to refuse planning approval for either the incompatible dust generating waste transfer component or the entire project? Should adjoining residents, some not more than a few metres from the waste separation receptacles, lodge a protest against continuation or amendment of the station as part of the planning process. What is the likelihood that we would lose the transfer station altogether?
Through your worship, thank you for the question. Planning approval has been granted for that project, and resident notification was undertaken as part of that process. No objections about the continuing use of the transfer station was lodged.
I see. Thank you.
We now have question 3.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Peter Hartley of Glen Osmond. My question is also about the Conyngham Street depot. Given the severe spatial limitations of the Conyngham Street site, the absence of adequate parking and the site contamination, why has the council not instead considered and discussed with the community the use of the Linden Park Nursery site for development of the men's shed and the construction of much improved biodiversity support structures such as greenhouses, planting sheds and toilets, as well as a plant maturation facility, particularly for use in toughening up street trees? Would it not make much more sense to use this facility as it was always intended, and if need be, put planter boxes across the small park at the front of the Conyngham Street depot for community gardens if adequate interest is shown from surrounding residents? Thank you.
I'll ask Mr. Cant to also answer this one.
Thank you again for your question. The decision to redevelop Conyngham Street was a subject of a significant number of reports, a significant amount of community consultation. Council and a lot of most of what you discussed there in your question was provided to the previous council in significant detail. Council weighed up all of that information and decided to proceed with that project as we do, and that's publicly available in previous reports.
Mr. Hartley.
Thank you.
And question 4.
Good evening, Your Worship, elected members. I'd just like to paraphrase my question for tonight.
Can I just ask you to announce your name, please?
Sorry, I'm just getting ready to get my bit of paper that's got it on it, so I haven't forgotten it. My name is Jim Jacobson of Freeville. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard me interrupt earlier tonight with a point of order. I'm very pleased the Mayor has forgotten over the Christmas break about how she has to actually move the amended motion so that you didn't actually advance your minutes as you intended to do, perhaps. Thank you. I'm coming to that. The reason I mention that in passing is because my last question was not dealt with in a lawful manner. Who has a copy of Section 86(8) of the Local Government Act here? Anybody even got a copy of the Local Government Act?
We need your question.
I will get there very shortly, Your Worship, have no fear. The reason I mentioned Section 86(8), thanks Henry, is that, as you would be all aware, you don't have the right to just make it up as you go along. You actually have to comply with your policy. Your policy says...
Still have...
I'm coming to it. I just want to make sure that my question is clearly... Councillor...
He's allowed 2 minutes, and if he does not get to the question within that 2 minutes, I will then forfeit his right to ask the question.
Your Worship. Thank you. Now, you would be aware, Your Worship, because you, I believe, promoted the rules, is that the Principal Executive Officer will record any question asked during the public question time in the minutes and a summary of the answer provided. Your minutes this time round did not comply with your policy. They did not record the questions, and they barely provided any response to that was actually given. And in fact, in the case of my question, the question's not even there from the last minutes. Thank you. So I will just very quickly give you a copy of my question, so it may be included in the minutes in accordance with your policy, and ask the next one. And that is, my question is about the Conningham Street Depot, but more specifically about the men's shed. Having elected Councillor, I know I interrupt you all the time and you just want to pay me back, so that's okay. I understand that, but could you just be quiet for 2 minutes? Let me get my question done. No, come on. Your Worship, he's deliberately interrupting. If you want to run a question time this way, that's fine. I can handle it. That's not a problem. I'll just write to the media, say, Councillor Henry Davis prevented me from asking my question.
I would like you to ask your question.
That's what I'm trying to do, Your Worship.
And you have already used 1 minute and 59 seconds. We have held the stopwatch.
Thank you.
Whilst Councillor Davis has interrupted you. However, please could you get to your question?
I'm getting to my question as I was reading it. Thank you. Have elected members, that's each of you, investigated the recently constructed men's shed at Victor Harbour, which was constructed at a cost of approximately $400,000, a facility which appears to be some 3 times as large as one proposed for the Conningham Street Depot? And should this Victor Harbour size shed be a more realistic model for our development at the Linden Park nursery site, where it can be accommodated, instead of the inadequate model costing some $2 million, that is 5 times the price that has been quoted in the total plan for Conningham Street?
Mr Jacobson, thank you for your question. I believe that question has already been answered partly in terms of there had been a fair bit of, certainly a great deal of investigation into the reports that came to us about Conningham Street. However, I will ask of the administration if they had investigated the Victor Harbour site at all, because that was the first part of the question.
Through you, Mayor, the question was directed to elected members. Have elected
members
been
I'm sorry,
to
I have
Victor Harbour
not
site?
directed it. My question is about...
Individuals can answer accordingly.
All right,
I can't answer on behalf of the elected body.
On the table, has anyone actually visited the men's shed at Victor Harbour?
My understanding was that you provide answers on behalf of the council, that individual questions would not be directed to elected members.
That's fine, Your Worship. I think it's very obvious no one's been there. That's okay.
I would say that it is unlikely, and also decisions were made and have been made a substantial amount of time in relation to the location of the men's shed, with a significant donation, I might add, from the Lions Club to help with the establishment of that men's shed.
So was theirs.
Mr Jacobson. For a 10-minute break? Thank you. Need a motion. Thank you, Councillor Davey and Councillor Davis, for moving and seconding. And we'll have those in favour of a 10-minute break right now. Thank you. we please resume this council meeting? And I'm going to run through all of those. Oh yes, we need a motion to resume. Councillor Piggott, thank you. You'll move, and so seconded by Councillor Cornish, that we've resumed our meeting. And I will go through each of these reports and ask for anyone. We've still got item 11. Oh, sorry, we have two. Yes, we've done public question time. Questions without notice. Are there any questions without notice?
You go, Jane.
Jane? I mean, Councillor Davey.
I've been asked when the Attunga Gardens fence will be finished, and why is it painted white? Is there a heritage architect overseeing the process?
Just got to get that answer for you.
Through your worship, we'll have to get back to you on the status of the project and the timeline, so we will provide that through information document. It is being overseen by a heritage architect and a company that specialises in heritage stone restoration. I don't believe it is being painted white. I believe that's an undercoat.
We have a second question on notice, I believe. Councillor Jones?
I noticed that most of the reports of officers concern matters that have obviously been under discussion for some months, but we only discover them on a Thursday night, which gives very little time to investigate, consult with colleagues, do site visits. So would it be possible for the administration to provide a 3-month rolling look ahead of issues that are likely to be put forward to elected members at council meetings, so that we would have some idea of what was on the horizon and start to prepare ourselves for it?
I think the answer to that is yes, that they will look at that and without locking it in. Of course, some of these are actually always placed in the CEO's report, which we would be getting next council meeting anyway, and some of those are dated as to when they're going to appear in council, am I correct? But otherwise, certainly they can take that on notice and see if they can do something like that to bring it ahead, so you have some advance warning. Any other questions without notice? Councillor Lemon?
Thank you. Following on from Councillor Jones, a lifetime ago I actually asked the CEO to put forward a forward plan that was 3 months in advance. Has that fallen by the way? Was that in the first council? And it fell by the way at the second council? Because a forward plan actually solves these problems. If we know what's coming up with a forward plan, I absolutely remember it, but don't remember how many decades ago it was.
Through the Mayor, neither can I, but certainly...
We've had some discussion about doing that.
No, I don't remember the full plan, I'm afraid.
Can I just say the CEO and I have had some discussion about trying to go through what are the protocols, what are the reports that need to be updated and upgraded, and so we are actually having had some consideration of that already, and we'll certainly, administration has said that they will look at that and organise that for us. Thank you. Are there any other questions without notice? Any motions without notice? You have one, Councillor Cornish?
I do, and it only popped up a little earlier this evening, so I apologise. You may discard it if you think it needs to.
Have to see it first.
The motion is that the public question time item be moved to the position directly after the deputations item in the agenda.
I would be quite happy to accept that.
Can I speak to it?
Yes, and then we'll look for a seconder.
I will... Someone... Oh, Lillian, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'll just quickly speak to it. I do apologise. It was probably my boo-boo. I did expect it to actually be after the deputations, when I think if you remember when we made that amendment, I said to item 10, but forgot that we were actually moving 2 items, being the Mayor's report and our reports, to the end of the agenda, which therefore moved, it reordered all of the others. So it was supposed to be after the deputations. I just wanted to make that rather clear. I hope someone seconds it. I think it's just a sensible move.
I do.
We have a seconder, Councillor Hubel.
I do. I think a few
Do you
other
wish
people.
to speak?
I absolutely do. I think what we had this evening was a real shame. And look, I think matters that come up and motions that need to be discussed should be discussed. And if councillors are feeling any inkling of, oh gee, we've got to get through this, that compromises the nature of the debate, and I think that's wrong. And I think in the interests of serving the community in the spirit of what question time is all about, it should be as early on in the meeting as possible. So.
I do take your point, Councillor Jones, about trying to stop those motions, but I think we needed to finish those before we could appropriately call question time, so public question time, but I will not influence the debate in this. But is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Oh, sorry.
Through the Mayor, we're just checking the logistics of the motion as it's related to a council resolution of this council. By adopting the council agenda, it may require a motion on notice, a written motion on notice to change the order of the agenda. We're just checking that though.
Okay.
I actually remember.
Be able to change the agenda at any point in time, the order thereof.
Through the Mayor. The Mayor has the ability to reorder the items within the agenda, but this is a substantial change to a council resolution which said the agenda will look like this.
Except that I do seem to remember also that it was, when it was actually suggested by Councillor Cornish, that it was after deputations and petitions. But, and at that time, it was number 10, but it is no longer number 10. So I think if we're just got to wait a moment or two, we've got the answer?
It was number 10, so we'll have to rescind that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will need to run a motion to rescind it because it was down as motion as number 10.
I'll withdraw the motion then.
But I hope you will run it at the next meeting, Councillor Cornish, because I think it is a very good and necessary change to be made. That's what I'm about to ask. Are there any other motions without notice? Yes, Councillor Piggott.
Could I move that the April 23rd meeting of council be rescheduled to April 30th? Same issue.
Through the Mayor, the issue is the same because council has adopted a meeting schedule as it did at its first meeting in December.
Right.
So it requires a motion
So
on notice.
that's okay. So you can. So you can run that motion on notice at the next council meeting. All right. Well, Peter's going to do them both. That's fine. Okay. Good. Thank you for that advice. All right. So now we'll go through the reports from officers, and I'll ask for you to nominate those that you wish to discuss or to lead. Yeah. Sorry.
Excuse me, Mayor. I have a motion without notice as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I wish to applaud councillors that we've had this terrible heat wave drought, worst drought since 1939, I believe, in Adelaide, and we'll be faced with more of that, no doubt. Could you read the motion first? Yes, thank you. The motion is that for the Atunga Gardens, which has rare old plants, and the plantation, also known as the Avenue of Honour, is reviewed to ensure the watering systems are functioning for the grass and new trees that have been planted, as well as existing trees, especially the heritage plantings, and the infrastructure in these heritage assets be reviewed for their condition, and that the new drippers from the Glenelg Adelaide pipeline scheme, the GAP scheme, that were installed in the plantation are assessed to ensure that the root zone, that they provide sufficient water to the root zone. Thank you.
Thank you for putting that motion without notice, but I am actually going to ask you to put that motion on notice at the next meeting. I know that you have been making communication with our staff about the concerns, and whilst I understand your major concern about these areas, and I'm sure other people's concerns about these areas, I think that they are doing the best they can under those current conditions. But it will also require you to fill out the remainder of those things like the risk and the costs, etc. And if you need to seek advice to get some help from staff in relation to creating that for a full motion, proper motion, on motion on notice, then please do.
Thank you.
All right? Okay. But I do take on board the concerns that we've had over this extraordinary heat wave that has impacted on many of our parks, gardens and people's private gardens. Councillor Davis, so I won't continue. Reports from officers. First one, 14.1. I'm asking for those people to identify those who wish to speak or to raise that motion. Okay. Is there anyone, so you'd like to, there's nobody who wishes to withdraw it for discussion. So Councillor Piggott, you are moving that motion, 14.1, and it is being seconded by Councillor Davis. Is there any discussion on that? Sorry? Just putting it, okay. So those in favour?
Can we have it up on the screen?
If somebody wants to, so
it's not on the screen.
Sorry. Councillor Dawes, if you wish to have a discussion, you actually have to withdraw the motion so that it can be discussed. Otherwise, if it's not withdrawn or as we used to call it, pulled, then the councillors have the right to just move it and we vote on it, move it, second it, and we vote on it with no discussion. Doesn't matter. It's still, for you to have asked that question, you would have needed to have said, I'd like to withdraw that motion for discussion, and then we would have gone through that later, when you would have then asked a question. Well, I was trying to, but we got stuck on if it's not being pulled, we just remove it, go through it all, and then we go back to the beginning. All right. And that way, it's much clearer for everybody. Is it all right if we do that now and start again? Okay, let's start again. So we're going to start with 14.1. 14.1. Sorry? Oh, okay. It should be 13.1. So I'm just reading it from here. Okay, it should be 13.1. The Burnside War Memorial Hospital. Okay, so nobody, so we'll come back to that.
I'd like to ask a question.
So you need to...
Pull. I'll pull.
Okay,
I'll pull.
Right. Dawes wishes to just have that...
just to clarify, we are yelling it out as opposed to hitting the red button. Is that right?
ask a question. I thought I could do that. No, I can't do that?
No, you can, but that was on a different motion altogether.
Yeah.
Okay? So now, you have to move the motion. This one, this is 13.1. So read the motion that the report be received.
All I wanted was to ask a question.
This is the process we have to move.
I move that the report be received.
Yes.
And the council endorse the appointments of Mr. Buchecker and Ms. Zelli to the board of the Burnside War Memorial Hospital Incorporated for a 3-year term.
Correct. Now you can ask your question.
A question. The only thing I asked here was that they want to ask us to endorse the appointments. Just beginning too late anyhow. But they've given us nothing about those two people. You know, like they do say that their skill set does reflect that they are suitable board members. But I would have thought if they wanted us to endorse it, they should have written something about each of those two board members.
Through the Mayor, historically the hospital hasn't provided that information, but Councillor Davey did ask for a copy of the CVs of the two candidates, which was distributed to you today.
Oh, was that?
On the portal through...
the portal. Okay.
Through the portal.
Okay.
Because it would have had to have been kept confidential, so it would have been as a confidential document to you in the portal. Because we can't reveal that kind of information publicly. So, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Davis?
I'll speak briefly.
Yes?
Sorry. Yeah, that's okay. My understanding is that the two members who are appointed, I believe it's just to assist everyone. Ms. Linda Zealy, my understanding, has a background in health tech in terms of software and processes like that in terms of modern uses for health and technology and her appointment is envisaged that it will help the hospital in terms of using that technology because that's her background. So it's an ICT background. And Rob Buchecker has a background in terms of marketing and communications, particularly with GPs. So there was 47 candidates that applied. That were individually, there's a selection panel which occurred, that was appointed by the board to pick candidates. They individually shortlisted candidates and there was 8 interviews. They went through and looked at the current board in terms of their skill set and then chose these two as the board was of the view that their skill sets would most contribute to the Burnside War Memorial Hospital.
Thank you very much for that information. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Do you wish to speak again, Councillor Dawes? No? Okay, so those in favour of this, please raise your hand. Those against? Carried. One is 13.2, Councillor Jones. Do you wish to speak to that?
I wish to say that I oppose this proposal. I think it sets a terrible precedent. If you buy a house with an encumbrance on it, it's got an encumbrance on it. And you shouldn't then complain that it's got an encumbrance on it.
So then are you suggesting that
you don't support it?
That you wish to change point 2?
I wish it to be, my amendment would be that it not be.
That's what you can move.
You just want it to say that the report is received.
Now I want the amendment you don't give them release the encumbrance.
Then you can change that.
That council do not.
The council
Does not.
Does not.
Right.
And then we debate on that.
Right. Well, that's what I wanted to do. Sorry.
This said everything. This
Said
everything, David.
This is not even.
We've got to talk it up.
No, I was big against it and saying there's problems here, but legally the council has no ability to enforce encumbrance because there's a whole new system.
It's okay for you to change that the motion to suit the way you want to read it after you've done
Right,
the
okay.
report.
Right, sorry, I didn't understand.
No, that's fine. It's a learning curve for all of us.
That it does not grant consent.
Does not grant consent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, okay. Oh, that's better.
Happy with that now? Yes. Right. So now you wish to speak, and I'll give you a restart on that.
Right, okay. Right, sorry. I suggest that we do not grant this request to give the park release of the encumbrance because, as I briefly said before, if you buy a house with an encumbrance on it, you can't then complain that it's got an encumbrance on it. You've got a house cheaply because it's got an encumbrance on it. What about all the other people who have looked at buying a house and said, I'm not going to buy it, it's got an encumbrance on it, I can't build the house I want. I think it's just grossly unfair to other people. And I also think it sets a terrible precedent that every property developer and his dog is going to be out there buying properties that we've put encumbrances on that protect the Burnside area. The council report says, oh, you know, development standards have moved on. I don't believe they've moved on. I think successive state governments have weakened the development standards. I think the community preferred the development laws as they were 33 years ago, which was when this encumbrance was set. So that's why I'm against it. I'll try to be brief because we're, haven't got much time.
Yeah, but we need to remember that you are trying to convince people to a complete opposing view.
Yes.
So you have every right to speak in your 5 minutes. So don't feel that you have to. You're forced into any rush. Okay. Okay. Now, do we have a seconder for this motion as it now stands?
Yeah, I'm seconding it.
Councillor Davey?
Oh. How are we on the schedule? I mean, I don't know. Everything's chaotic tonight. I just pressed the button. If I'm up next, I'm happy to...
You're on the list there as next.
Thank you. I am very happy to second this motion, and I think I endorse everything that Councillor Jones has said. I fully agree that we should not support this change in just lifting encumbrances willy-nilly to suit people for development, for all the reasons he articulated so well. Primarily that it's a great opportunity to buy a place with an encumbrance on it and then just apply to council and have it lifted, and you've made a big profit. So I absolutely agree. I don't think we should support this.
All right, Councillor Davis, you're next.
Yes, I'd like to move into confidence to discuss legal advice in relation to encumbrances. So I'd like to exclude the galleries so that... So you would need to move a motion to go in confidence? Yeah, I'd like to move a motion. I don't have the script before me, but I'd like to exclude everyone except for the general managers and senior staff to discuss legal advice in relation to encumbrances over properties and the legal position of council.
Could we defer the item? Yeah.
We can have it sit on the table until the end, I suppose.
Let's do that. Could I move that we defer this item to formal motion? Yep.
Formal motion that we move this item till the last agenda item.
Yes, please.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Lemon? All right, we're going to... Those of you who are in favour of moving this until the end of all of these reports? Those in favour? Those against? All right, so moved and accepted that we move that. Okay, so we'll move on to 13.3, review of the Audit Committee Terms of Reference. Councillor Piggott.
Thank you. I sent through a motion that is different from the recommended motion, and I will just read that. That 1, that the report be received. 2, that the terms of reference of the Audit Committee be changed to reflect the following. 2.1, requirement of no fewer than 2 independent members. And 2.2, ability to appoint an elected member, if desired by Council, as a proxy member to the Audit Committee. That Councillor Jones be appointed as the proxy member of the Audit Committee with immediate effect. And 4, that Councillor Jones be appointed as a member of the Audit Committee at the earliest time when a vacancy occurs. Now, to explain, this really came about was we have an unusual situation on my observation in this council is that when we asked for nominations to the Audit Committee, we had actually 2 quite highly qualified people that we had to choose. One of them, given the current terms of reference, has the fact that we have 3 independents and the mayor and a single elected member from the floor. It is an unusual situation. This is my 3rd term of council. I think in the past, we haven't had the same sort of background of people at all, actually, I'd argue, in the elected member body. And so I do feel that it's important that we make most use of it. It's an important committee, and we have 2 people. One we've appointed there, Councillor Henschke, that's all done and dusted. But another, Councillor Jones, who has significant skills in this area, which I think we should capitalise on. Now, the impact to make that happen, we currently have a legal limit of 5 people. We can't go more than 5. So what it will mean is that should this motion go forward, it'll mean eventually, anyway, it'll take a bit of time to work through, but eventually we would have 3 elected members on the Audit Committee and 2 independent members. Now, independent members are important to an Audit Committee. There's no question about that. And this effectively changes the rules to say that we'd have at least 2 going forward. And we could have 3. In fact, we could have more than that if future councils wanted to. What this does is replace one of the independents when his term finishes in October of this year. And in the meantime, puts Councillor Jones in as a proxy. Now, there's a question about whether you want to fiddle with who has the balance of power in an Audit Committee. At the moment, it's held by the independents because there's 3 of them. I think we are in unusual times at the moment, is that the 2 people, it's important, I think the Mayor is on the Audit Committee. She herself has stated she feels that's important, and I agree with that. And then we have 2 people who are clearly highly qualified. And I feel the lessening of independence can be well managed. At the end of the day, the Audit Committee has a very specific remit in terms of what it needs to do, what it's required to do. It works closely with senior management of Burnside in order to do that. It provides recommendations back to this chamber rather than making decisions on its behalf. And so from that point of view, I feel that it's a highly reasonable way to go forward, to have the Mayor, 2 independents, one of which will be the Chair, and 2 highly qualified elected members from the floor. This motion effectively has Councillor Jones go on as a proxy, which means he'll fill in if either the Mayor or Councillor Henschke is unable to attend. And then when a vacancy occurs, at this stage that'll be October, at the end of one of the independents' terms, he will be appointed as a member of the Audit Committee. I would appreciate your support.
Can I just add that, or if anyone resigns from the committee before October, then that is also a possibility. Do we have a seconder for that motion, please? Councillor Davey?
I've pressed my button. Yes, I endorse that amendment. I think it's, for all the reasons I think Councillor Pickett has said everything that needs to be said. It's a much better way to operate now with the qualifications that we actually have on council. I think it's crucial that the Mayor is on the Audit Committee, and yes, there might be an opportunity if not sooner, certainly in October when a member's term expires. So I think this is a good solution. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this matter? Sorry, Councillor Dawes, yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I call this the wow factor. In fact, I think the person who used that term back in November probably sold himself short. I think there are 3 members of this council who are highly qualified to be on this audit committee, and that includes Councillor Pickett as well. I think my main concern is that I'd prefer this to happen sooner rather than later. So we have to wait until October. The person who has been appointed back in October has been in the position for 3 months. I do understand that. So that's the first point I'd like to make, and other councillors might want to speak to that. The second point I want to make is that I'd like there to be a proxy for one of the councillor elected positions to the audit committee, and suggest that Councillor Pickett be that proxy, so we always would have 3 councillors on at that meeting. I think that should be another suggestion that we should look at. But I do fully support what both Councillor Pickett and Councillor Davey have said. I'm not worried about there being more than 3 councillors out of 5. I think you've got such high quality candidates from this council on this audit committee. I think that there should be no issue about independence or transparency or whatever. So I had a couple of questions there, and I'd like to hear what other councillors have to say.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this. I think there are issues of transparency, and I think there are issues of probity. I think especially with the audit committee, yes, I agree that we've got some highly qualified people sitting around this room, but we also have options on getting them on there. And with the greatest respect of the highly qualified people sitting around this room, the Mayor isn't one of them in terms of this area, and has said as much at the meeting when we chose these people. Said as much, I'd be willing to stand aside. And what we've got here is we've got an option, and I think it's option 3. Removal of the Mayor as an ex officio appointment to the committee and appointment of a proxy member. And that would be my preference. And the reason I say that is the audit committee is the one that checks our finances. To have more elected members than independent members, and this is one of the first acts of a brand new council that was actually elected on transparency and openness and probity in terms of finance, is what I consider a really bad look. Seriously bad look. I don't dispute the qualifications of the 2 people or the 3 people that could go on that committee at all. And I think we're blessed having people with those qualifications sitting on this chamber floor. But the reality is they're still elected members. And it doesn't matter what I think. It's what those people out there think. And what they're seeing is we've changed the rules to change the balance on a committee that absolutely fastidiously looks at what we do financially. We have the capacity to have those people on this committee by removing the Mayor as an ex officio member. Now, that would be my preference, although I have not discussed this with the Mayor in terms of whether the Mayor would agree with that. I only go back to that meeting when we appointed members to committees, and I remember the Mayor saying, I would rather somebody qualified being on that committee than me. I don't have qualifications in that area. And I'd like to go back to that stage so we actually use the talent that we've got, but maintain that balance of 3 independents and 2 elected members, because from my point of view, I consider that incredibly important for the people of this city to continue to have faith in our practices in terms of audit. So I won't support this.
Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I would very much caution against this. In my view, if you have a look at that table which was provided to you on page 68, by my count, there are 4 councils out of the 17 there that have more elected members than independents. The thing is that, yes, we might have qualified people, and I'll get to that in a second, but the problem is, first and foremost, you are politicians. And you are politicians, and you have objectives, and you have your own agendas to push. I have my agendas to push, and every one of you here should have agendas to push. That is what you're elected to do. My problem is, and my very real concern is that if we start outweighing those independent members, that those agendas start to feed through to us here. So your agenda about, I want to spend more, or I want to spend less, or et cetera, can start to feed through from motions from the Audit Committee saying, we don't approve our long-term financial plan because I don't like spending. That is not, absolutely not, in my view, a discussion for the Audit Committee. It's not in public, it's not a strategic decision. However, that can come through, and essentially you're saying, you can use that as a weapon here, saying, well, the Audit Committee didn't approve this certain direction. And I think it will call into question the purpose of the Audit Committee, and I think it will turn it into a political weapon rather than a committee of review. Now, the Audit Committee's purpose, from my understanding of sitting on it, and also in a number of selection panels, is that those people are very carefully selected in terms of very specific skills. So it's not just about accountants. I'm a tax lawyer. I do tax all the time. But the skills on the Audit Committee are not just haphazard accountants or people who deal with numbers. They are people who have 20 years of experience in internal controls. That's one of the matrices. Another one is, however, 20 years in external controls. Another one is actual audit background in terms of they actually go through and audit companies. And so the question, the skill matrix, I'm not sure, I can't remember the elected member who would retire at the end of the year, what their specialisation is, but what if that Audit Committee is now left with a whole of internal controls, and that is their speciality. And so now our Audit Committee would not be functioning to the skill set that we require of it. And I remember when we do those selection panels, the administration will set out and say, they will go into a matrix and say, this person is good in external, this person is good in audit, this person is good in internal, external, whatever it is. And we set up a matrix and we set up that Audit Committee so that we specifically elect people who have a broad range of skills. And I believe that putting more elected members onto that would compromise that process. The purpose of the Audit Committee is to say, are we doing something wrong in terms of the LGA? Are we complying with our requirements as a council? Are we complying with our legal obligations? And these people are not casual Audit Committee members. They are almost professional Audit Committee members, and often they hold a membership in a number of different councils. And the benefit of having those independent members on that Audit Committee is that they then bring experience from a whole range of different councils. And they can provide input into the systems and processes of internal controls, external controls, or audit, or working with that when it comes to the City of Burnside. So what, in my view, you're doing is, first of all, you're taking away the independence of the Audit Committee, and you're compromising, in my view, and you're polluting that with political agendas, as we should have in this chamber, and you're transferring that into a committee that's not in the public eye, and that is not necessarily open for as much debate, first of all. And second of all, you're attacking the skill set of the Audit Committee, and you're disrupting potentially that balance. And thirdly, you are taking away the experience of people who are professional and almost full-time Audit Committee members who might sit on a number of different councils, and you're depriving this council of their knowledge and experience. And you're going back to 2 Audit Committees, committee members rather than 3. So in my view, anyone here can attend the Audit Committee. Happy to do that. Anyone can come to an Audit Committee meeting, read the agenda and sit there and listen. Anyone can do that. Any one of you can do that. You don't need to be on the Audit Committee to partake or to listen to understand that debate. And you don't need to be on the Audit Committee following that to say to one of the general managers or to Paul, hey, I have a question about this or I have a concern about this. You can raise those concerns. I believe that compromising the integrity of our Audit Committee through what I believe is on the basis of we have lots of good people, which we do. We're very lucky to have that, but we are politicians first. And I don't think that this council can say it's accountable to its audit committee any longer if this motion gets up.
Councillor Hubel.
I had a question first. It relates to part 21 of the report, that table. Am I reading it correctly if I see that it's the, looking at the mayor column, so looking at Adelaide City, Burnside, Norwood, Payneham, Playford, Port Adelaide and Unley, they're the only councils that have the mayor sitting on their audit committee?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Look, on reading this motion initially, as Councillor Lemon mentioned, I do recall Mayor Monceau you mentioning at our first meeting that you would be happy to step aside given the talent pool. So given that state of affairs, I thought to myself, well, option one would be the one that I would be interested in going forward with. I also note that the requirement is that there is only one independent member. Just because we only have to have one, I don't think that's licence to have less. Now it sits very uneasy with me taking away the balance in that committee from the independent members. Obviously, my preference would be to go for option one and propose Councillor Jones take the mayor's spot, or for at least number two and have Councillor Jones become the ex officio member, because I do believe, yes, there is talent that should be on that committee if it's possible. But the way I see it, in the framework we have, there's just one elected member from the table from the council and the mayor. They're the two. So I'm not going to support the motion as it is, but I wish there was another way we could rejig this.
I'd like to seek permission from the chamber or from the councillors to speak before I continue with the rest of those who are in the queue.
Show of hands.
I just wish to say that I think I had a rush of blood when I heard these two impressive people talk about their skills. And I made that comment rather rashly, and I very much regretted making that comment when I considered it later. And when I went and just talked with Councillor Henschke with the external auditors actually made it quite clear to me how important it was for the mayor to be on the audit committee, and reinforced, and I'm sure that you would vouch for, that's what they said. And I considered that although I'm not an accountant and I'm not an expert, I'm there to ask questions. The two audit committee meetings that I have attended over the last 8 years, not many, but on both of those occasions, I felt there were questions that needed to be asked that were not asked by members, both independent and council members. And if I am able to ask a question that protects or queries any aspect of the way that our finances are operated within our council, then I believe that is not only a right, but actually a really very important responsibility that I have as mayor, because I am ultimately accountable for the decisions that are made. The other second point I wanted to make is that all audit reports do come to council, and that everyone has the opportunity to raise additional questions and make responses through the audit report that comes to council. And I would encourage you to do that, no matter how this debate continues. And also, of course, you have access to our finance people here at the council who can always ask questions, or you can ask questions of them. And as we move towards our financial decision making, I think how important it is that we do that. The other thing that I needed to consider that is, for 8 years I've been on 2 boards, And in 8 years of 2 different boards, we have looked at finances, we have questioned finances, both on the Eastern Health Board and on the Pineview Board. So I think I was actually denigrating my own expertise, because when I heard what experts that we actually had knew on council, I kind of felt inferior. But when I thought about it afterwards, I thought, I am actually in a position of 8 years of understanding of how this council operates, and therefore I apologise for the statement I made earlier, and I thank you, Councillor Lemon. You did address exactly what I had said at that time, so I'm not querying you that at all. But I think it was my naivety and rush of blood that made that statement, and I regretted it afterwards. So just wanted to make that point. And I've now got Councillor Hughes.
I just wanted to, I guess, agree with Councillor Davis just around the mix of people. And although I don't doubt for a moment that we have a great number of experienced people that could fulfil that role, it is a one-year term. Other people will have the opportunity throughout the 4 years that we are all elected members. So I think, it will be something that other people will get to have a turn at over the course of 4 years.
Councillor Davey, you have a question?
Yes, Your Worship, question. It's because I had my button on to ask a question, so I must be next. Yes, you are. Thank you. And the question is actually to you. Do you not feel that by being someone that attends the meetings and is able to ask questions through the elected members that are already sitting on that committee, do you not feel that you cannot then participate properly? Do you feel that you have to be on that committee as opposed to going along to the meetings not being on that committee? Because that would still make option 1 quite viable.
I believe that if I'm going to ask questions, I also have a right to have a vote.
So you must have a vote, is that
yes.
What you're saying?
Now, Councillor Davey.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. You've turned it off and come back on again. You used to be on my top of my list, but now it's Councillor Jones.
No. Right. Talking. I would just like to say that I don't believe that elected members are not independent. We are independent of the administration. I think the people who elected us expect us to scrutinise the administration. They don't expect us to farm it out to some people who are collecting multiple audit committee memberships to make a bit of pocket money for themselves.
I think that's quite disrespectful, just calling out elected members saying they're doing this for pocket money.
Not to the elected members.
He's allowed to have an opinion. He may not be respectful, but he has allowed to have an opinion.
I think people elect us. I'm not saying the elected members are doing it. I'm saying the independent. They're collecting multiple things. They're paid $500 a go for a meeting. There's no time whatsoever to be spending the time you need to properly read all the papers and scrutinise things. And again, what you've got people with very broad experience, but they don't have the detailed knowledge and they don't have the detailed commitment to drilling down and finding out about things. And I respect that we don't agree, but that's why I think we need to have a majority of elected members on the audit committee. It's simply anti-democratic not to have. So that's me.
Councillor Davey, you have a question.
Thank you. I have a question, Your Worship. Is it not, it's been my observation that the audit committee is not entirely oversighting financial controls. It also looks at work health and safety, workers' comp, other risk management aspects. So it is broader than purely a financial controls committee. And it's a real, is it not a filter to filter a whole lot of aspects of our business? That's just my question.
That is absolutely correct. I have a clear screen at the moment. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? All right. I will go back to then Councillor Piggott.
Thank you. Thank you for the discussion. Look, I would like to pick up a few points, I suppose, that were made. Actually, I don't come from the same direction as Councillor Jones. I feel independents are important. They do often do more than one, but they are generally highly qualified, and so they're important as well. And that's why this change actually does not necessarily lock in 3 elected members going forward. It allows us flexibility down the track actually to make the choice as to how many we do have. But it also does allow us the flexibility of using the current talent that we have in the chamber, which is unusual, and I think important that we do. I think a couple of things I just want to pick up in regard to the Councillor Davis in particular, but I feel there is one issue I feel that is well worth thinking about, but I think the others should be shown for what they are, and that's not actually valid concerns. For councils, it's not unprecedented that there's a majority of elected members. And yes, only 4 others, but they are 4 fairly substantial councils, some of them quite close to us. Charles Sturt, Norwood, Port Adelaide and Enfield, as examples. I was on the last selection committee for audit. I appointed the person actually whose term finishes in October. I was one of the panel that appointed him, and he's a good guy, which is why I got the job. However, it isn't really picking that person to look after that bit and that person to look after that bit. It really isn't. Generally, they are people who are across the whole gambit, some more than others in certain areas. But it's not, I don't think actually by taking one of them out of the mix, it actually would suddenly leave us short in any specific area like internal controls or risk management or whatever. They are actually more general across the whole board. So that isn't something we should be concerned about in my view. We've heard from the Mayor, and I think that is absolutely valid. I think it is important that the Mayor is there and be able to ask questions and be able to vote. So I feel that's not a solution here either. The situation that is worthy of your thought, I feel, and I don't feel we should not do this for this reason, is the balance of power as to who has it. And I feel perhaps Councillor Davis in saying we're all politicians, and we are, but perhaps shouldn't judge everybody by himself. I think our two people that go on here, I feel, and the Mayor as well, I guess, is in that mix, I think can actually be mindful of actually not doing that. I do know exactly where he's coming from, and I should concede I'm in his camp because I probably would do that. But I feel that if this does happen, we can rely on the 3 people to make sure that doesn't become an issue. The other thing we have is as an independent chair, and given the change of balance, that should very much be one of his issues that he needs to make sure that doesn't become an issue. So I think that's what it swings on, really. I don't think we lose anything in expertise. Talking about the person that's got 20 years of external audit and 20 years of internal audit actually sounds like Councillor Jones's CV. So I don't think that's an issue. I don't think it's a bad look necessarily. I feel that it's not these are unusual circumstances in that we do have. I mean, if we didn't have qualified people, I'd say differently, but I don't think it is like that. We have 2 people who are very fit for purpose, and we want the Mayor on there as well. I think that's reasonable. I don't think it's any sort of changing the seats to suit ourselves. I don't think that is a bad look, if anyone looks at it with any detail. So it really is that balance of power, and I think the wins we get out of getting these people on there outweigh the concerns there, and we need to be mindful. Again, it all comes to us. We make the decisions. So if we feel something's coming from the Audit Committee that it's got an odour of politics coming from our 3 elected members, we're here to call it out. So I feel it is something that we should do. I think we should vote this up.
Those who are in favour of the motion? 3, 4, 5, 6. Those who are against? 5. Oh no, 6. It is 6 all. And I don't have a conflict of interest? No more than anyone else? No. Then I am going to vote in favour of the motion because I do believe that this is the best option. State government may change things, and so we don't know what the future will hold. There will be basically no changes until October. I might also remind people that this audit committee meetings will be live streamed, so you can actually watch them from home, or you can, as Councillor Pickett said earlier, come and attend and listen to the debate and fire questions to any of us. Davey seconded.
Can I speak against?
All those in favour? All those against? All right, now we have to go back to Councillor Jones, Light Fleet Management Policy. Okay with 1? Are you okay with 2, or are you wanting to make changes to 2?
Councillor Jones doesn't have his microphone on. Councillor Davis.
I wanted to ask questions about this because I've got 2 particular concerns with it, which is 1, the replacement time cycle of the vehicles, which is 3 years, possibly 2 years. Which seems, this is a sustainability issue. Most new cars come with a 5-year warranty. 60k's mileage is absolutely nothing. It just seems that we're, needlessly replacing cars that we don't need to. So that would be my point number 1. My point number 2 is on the 40% pool discount. We used to have this at SA Power Networks, but it was 30%. And even then I thought 30% was a lot. I'm wondering how you got to 40%, because does that really reflect the actual pool usage? And then there's 3 cars which aren't even in the pool, and they get a 40% discount, which I can't quite see the logic of that. So that was just the questions and sorry, I didn't have time to communicate them with the public holiday yesterday to sort of do it at a session. So.
And through the Mayor, thank you for the questions. With the time for replacement renewal, there was, or with fleet policy in general, about 4 years ago, we undertook quite an extensive review where we benchmarked against like councils and what all the councils do in terms of replacement renewal. We did find that a 3-year replacement was optimum in terms of resale values. So it was a fine mix, and absolutely you could go for 3 years or 4 years. You know, usually the warranties depends on the dealerships and the make of the car. The warranties are usually either 3 years or 5 years. We chose to go with the 3 years for most of the commuter cars or the council pool cars. For the salary sacrificed cars, there is an option that you can go with either 2 years or 3 years. And of course, if you go with the 2-year option, there is a higher amount that you pay in salary sacrifice. So I think the question on the replacement cycle, that was done considering the replacement value. So there was a study done on what the replacement value would be if it was sold at 3, 4, and 5 years. And at that time, it came out more favorable to swap at 3 years. We haven't admittedly done that same exercise for this revision and have just depended on those analysis done at that time. But agree, you could either choose 3 to 5 years, any of those time frames, but we've chosen the 3 years. The 40% pool discount, yes, so that's a valid question. So again, that was part of the study done earlier, 4 years earlier, and most councils offer between a 30 and a 40% discount. Recently, this year, in fact, we encouraged the utilization of the manager's cars, and as a result could reduce the pool fleet by 2, which saved about $60,000 in capital value, and of course operating savings in fuel, servicing, rego, etc. So we thought it was fair to provide that 40% discount on just the salary sacrifice amount, so that if your total cost to council is say $10,000 or $15,000, then there's a 40% discount, which equates to $4,000 if it's a $10,000 salary sacrifice amount. And we thought, in light of reducing those 2 cars from the pool vehicle, we thought that was still valid and still reasonable. We again will keep tabs on our calendar system and booking the cars out, etc., to make sure that the utilization is appropriate. So we have, so I was mentioning earlier in the innovation and effectiveness framework, we've got a project, an activity review called fleet utilization. So that first phase was done this year. The next phase of that is looking at calendar bookings, looking at what is the utilization, and then further seeing if we can reduce the pool cars and usage. So at this stage, we thought 40% was fair, because if the cars weren't here for people who are salary sacrificing, we would have to have those extra 2 cars on board. The 3 cars that you mentioned, the executive cars, they are not captured as absolutely essential for pool usage, only because the cost to council or cost of those cars is allowed to be $20,000, which is salary sacrificed. So there is an option. The reality is that it is still used as a pool car, but it doesn't go through the calendar system. So for the managers, someone can book, for example, my car on the calendar, but with the executive cars, it's more, someone can go to Martin and ask for his car, and more often than not, it is used, but it's just not captured here. There is also another philosophical question around retention and attraction of the position, which was also weaved into this policy and protocol. So that's another consideration that we had, that we still offer them the discount because it's also a retention factor from a HR perspective. So I think that's the 3 responses. Right. Happy to answer any other questions if you have.
Sorry, are you staying with the motion that was written?
He's moved
it. He's moved it. It's all done. Now we need a seconder.
Yeah.
Is there a seconder for this? Councillor Davey?
Sorry.
Can I speak now? Yes. Lillian's on. You on.
Turnbull.
Now you're on. Don't proceed.
I can speak now. I'm happy to second the motion, but I too had a query, and it relates to at 6.3.3 procurement policy, which talks about social and economic and environmental sustainability. And what I want to know is, do we have the capacity and the will to use hybrid stroke electric vehicles? And are any of them electric hybrid vehicles? And do we have any plans to start utilising those sort of vehicles?
It's on page 91 for the benefit of the other elected members. And Alan, our Group Manager of Operations, will be happy to respond to that question.
Thank you. Through the Mayor. Yes, we're taking the opportunity to do that on 2 poor vehicles that are currently in operation at the depot. They're currently being changed over 4 hybrid vehicles at the moment.
And does this apply to personal vehicles too? Or is it only the depot vehicles?
Through the Mayor, with respect to the personal vehicles, it really is a personal choice, but you are encouraged. It's part of our procurement assessment. It is encouraged that you do think of sustainability factors. But at the end of the day, the person is sacrificing for that vehicle, so it's personal choice. But for council vehicles, absolutely, we are looking down that path.
What model are you buying? What's the uptake now?
Well, it seems the obvious question.
One final question. What is the uptake of electrical hybrid vehicles?
Through the Mayor, we are only just starting to look at it, and at the depot is the first off the rank. We are looking at replacing 2 vehicles, so that would be the first, and then following that we'll look at changing over most of the other pool vehicles as well, if that's successful. Thanks.
Councillor Henschke.
Thank you, Mayor. I had some questions. Firstly, the total cost to the council to supply vehicles to the general managers and managers. Do we have that, please?
So within the protocol, we have 2 levels. For the group managers, the total cost to council, and when I say council, I mean to the group manager, besides the 40% pool discount, is 15,000. So there's a cap that's been put on it. And for executive, it is $20,000. Essentially what that means is, what is the cost of running that vehicle? So that includes your fuel, servicing, depreciation, interest costs. I think there's an appendix within the agenda papers which spells out all the costs that are involved. And if that ultimately comes down to, say, $20,000, the executive member is allowed to purchase that car. So we've got feedback from external auditors that we didn't have a cap on what kind of vehicle we could buy. And if the executive or a group manager is willing to salary sacrifice, for example, $50,000 a year, they were able to do that because our policy didn't stipulate any cap. Only cap was that the budget limitations. So if it's within the budget, we could purchase any vehicle. So the total cost of the car is 15 and 20.
Yeah, but if I looked at the whole of the council, the cost to the whole council, so we have, 11 cars, 11 times 15, 11 times 20 or whatever it is. What is the total cost to the council, the investment, total investment?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Yep.
Through the Mayor. Primarily because each of our vehicles across council has a different replacement cycle. So every year within the budget, we'll put in an amount that's required for replacement. And again, the depot have their light fleet as well, and similarly. So the long-term plan would give us a 10-year replacement amount for our fleet vehicles. But on top of that, of course, we've got the operating expenses as well. So I can take it on notice.
Yeah, thank you. And other questions I have is, has this whole policy had a peer review, an external peer review done on it. I mean, I noted that consultation has happened with not the auditor. It's consultation, and in my mind, I'm looking for a review of a policy, especially because it's a significant cost to the council, and I'd like to make sure that the investment in vehicles is fit for purpose, it's efficient, lean for these times, because we have lots of budget pressures coming up. And with that in mind, how we do this would be perhaps an amendment to this motion that, one, the report be received, but that the council ensure the policy is reviewed.
So is this an amendment?
Oh,
She's questioning and considering a possibility of an amendment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
she has been asked for asking
Councillor, has she just spoken to the motion?
I'm asking questions.
So it'll be questions so far.
Questions, yeah. Thank you.
This is probably stretching the question.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. So those are my questions about, and a comment that we need to have the right number of cars for the FTEs, for the level, so that we have cars that are fully utilised. And it's great to hear the administration are looking into fully utilising the vehicles. And I'd like to see cost savings in this vehicles. Pardon? No, okay, that's a comment, yeah.
So when you've spoken, you lose the right to move any kind of amendment or any kind of motion once you've spoken?
And now I want to amend the motion, seeking a, yes, I'm leading to an amendment to review. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Through the Mayor, so the first question was about the peer review. So normally when we do a policy, we do check neighbouring councils. So there were certainly councils that we checked against Mitcham and a few other neighbouring councils. The protocol, we did not, because protocols are not available publicly for all the councils, and it is quite council specific. So we've got a number of very specific variables in there with the cost to council, etc. So that's not peer reviewed. However, the second point about the gross cost to council, I was just looking at the breakdown from the workshop earlier today. So it's about 360 on our overall fleet, but 360,000 on the overall fleet. That's only operating. There is a vast majority of, not vast majority, but there's a material amount of 82,000 that's salary sacrificed, so that's offset against. So the whole philosophy of the salary sacrifice is, besides that pool discount, that there is no cost to council. So council does not bear any cost for any of the vehicles that are taken up through the salary sacrifice option. The only cost that council bears is that 40% discount, and also any other light fleet, which is then parked on council premises and used as pool vehicles during business hours. So there is that cost. But of course, there's also the sale value that you get back, which is the capital component as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I wish to move an amendment to have a peer review of the protocol and policy. Yeah, that would be replace.
Withdraw number 2.
Yes.
And put the new number 2 that a peer
Yep.
review be conducted.
Before we adopt, we decide to adopt.
Return to council.
Yeah.
Through the Mayor, if I could just add one more point.
Yep.
It has been reviewed by the Audit Committee back in October. It was consulted. It was also consulted with the union at the depot, and again, internal stakeholders and the elected members.
I'm being told that that is not an amendment.
It's because?
Through the Mayor, it's not an amendment because it actually contradicts the motion, which is to adopt the policy.
So therefore we have to vote on that motion first, and if that motion is voted down, then you can put your a second motion. Right, thank you for that advice. I still have Councillor Dawes to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm a novated lease person, I have to say. I do worry about the administration involved in putting this policy into place. If we had a novated lease policy of this council, you would not be involved at all, Karishma. So that might save you a huge amount of work, I don't know. But I am in favour of what Councillor Hensky said there. I just feel like this is an internal document. It did start, I think Karishma told me, by her predecessor, and it has been amended of recent times. It has been passed by the Audit Committee, but I am seeking another review, whether it's a peer review or perhaps the new Audit Committee, I'm not sure, but I would be supporting Lillian's amendment if the motion isn't passed.
Councillor Davis?
Yeah, I support the officer's recommendation that we endorse and adopt the revised light fleet management policy. From what I've heard tonight, I see no reason in any way, shape or form to not pass it. I don't see that there are any glaring issues. The Audit Committee has reviewed it. They look at other councils. They develop internal policies and procedures, and I believe that those are randomly selected by the Audit Committee at certain times. In terms of our employees, this offers an incentive. My understanding for the salary sacrificing employees, the general managers, is there's no dollar lost, no resident loses any dollar in relation to the general managers' vehicles, as we discussed in the last council meeting, unless a councillor has a specific concern saying this is exactly what I think is the problem and this is the policy we should adopt, then I believe that sending it off to review means nothing. I think we should pass this, and if there is a councillor who has a specific problem, and in future, if you would like to amend the policy and bring it back because you have a chance to further think about it, then bring it back and rescind it with a specific objective in mind. But to my mind, there's no point in receiving another report and doing more work from the administration, and some of these people we are paying considerable dollars per hour to go and do that, and I just don't think it's the priority of the City of Burnside to conduct a review without an outcome. So I'd encourage, if there is a rescission motion with an objective, to bring it back. However, I believe we should pass this tonight.
Councillor Turnbull?
I have an issue, not so much with the financial part of it, but the conditions for exclusive and restricted private use of a council vehicle. It states that the principal driver's partner can use it and their immediate family, even if they're accompanied by the principal driver. To me, that's incredibly generous. I think it should be modelled on the state government system where you don't. Also, that the council pays for the comprehensive insurance, which must be more because of the family members, etc. Third party, registration, fuel, RAA. I think it's too generous. I'd like to see it reviewed, and it's probably too late for any discussion now, but for me, I'd like to see that part reviewed.
Councillor Piggott.
I'm of the view with Councillor Davis, actually. I feel tonight we should pass it through, and the specific issues that have bobbed up, or not bobbed up, that have been identified, should actually be looked at with administration in the right forum and not here and now, which we can't. So I do think, though, as a policy, it's by all means ask the questions. I feel that there's an underlying view that there's sort of something messy here, and I don't think there is. If it's too generous, let's bring that back as well. But I think at this point tonight, I think we'd be best served to pass it into law, and as it have it work to and look at the specific issues with administration going forward. So I think we should, and in fact, if I'm allowed, I'd like the motion to be put.
Well, I don't have anyone else on my list wishing to speak. So, Councillor Carr.
Motion be put.
Like I said, I don't think we need to because I don't have anyone else here. So there is the right to sum up. So I will put it back to Councillor Jones, who moved the motion, or he can choose not to.
There's a motion to put it.
Oh, okay. All right, you want to second it? Okay, that the motion be put. Those in favour of the motion being put? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that is passed. So I will put the motion. Those who are in favour? And those who are against? Right, okay. And so the motion is carried.
Thank you, Your Worship. Rob, I've just sent you through an amended motion. Now this item is the Union Street Screening Reserve in King Lane in Beulah Park. My motion is that the report be deferred to include a market valuation, a traffic report and a site biodiversity report before returning to council. Thank you. And delete 3 and 4. Could you actually put capitals for market at M, capital M and capital V? Traffic report and biodiversity report. Thanks. Thank you. Rescinding a community title is a very significant and serious move in Burnside, as there are generally community implications, significant community implications. This is a very interesting one. It's a peculiar site with a significant car access. A really old historic lane with a significant car access provided for many residents, particularly those living on Union Street in Beulah Park. It's got 3 or 4 very ancient looking date palms in the little reserve, and just abutting this on the garden there's other vegetation plus 2 significant eucalypts, I think one of which is a significant tree. I think we're putting the cart before the horse if we go down the track of going through the process of a community land rescission without all of this information. So I think we need to have a market valuation, as we do for every strip of land that we sell in Burnside, whether it's on a main road, in a laneway or wherever. That's always provided to us in confidence, of course, and it's always been routine. We have no biodiversity report on the strip of land to inform us about the status of the trees, etc., and the implications of the loss of those for the community. And we don't know really what the traffic implications are of the laneway, losing that space in the laneway. It might be okay, but it looked very tight to me. So I therefore ask for your support to defer this matter until a more detailed report containing this information can be provided to council. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes, are you wishing to second us? And you wish to speak?
Oh, I don't need to speak.
Don't wish to speak? Okay. Is there, Councillor Davis? No, sorry, it's Councillor Piggott.
Thank you. I've a question, or a couple of questions perhaps. My computer just turned off on me. You say in your report, or through you, Mayor Monceau, on page 150, it talks about investigations that have been done, and one of them says about there are no biodiversity considerations that affect the reserve. What work was done, and what's the basis of that comment?
Through the Mayor, upon receiving the proposal, it was referred to our technical officers in conservation, land management and arboriculture. Upon reviewing that proposal, we received their confirmation that there were no biodiversity assets affected.
And the reference that Councillor Davey made to trees on the site, that would have been part of that?
That would have been part of that initial assessment.
As a follow-up question, could I just ask what the traffic, what investigation has been done in regard to traffic?
Through the Mayor, once again, the proposal was referred to our traffic management team to assess what implications may arise. Based on their review, their feedback is that use of the lane for vehicles will be unaffected.
Right. And just one final one, just the market valuation issue. My understanding is that the market valuation would be done at the cost of the purchasers if we were to go ahead after the consultation with the public. Is that how that would run under your proposal?
Through the Mayor, that's ordinarily the way this matter would progress. It certainly would form part of any recommendation to Council that any costs are incurred by the purchaser.
So this would go to consultation, we would get the result of the consultation back and the valuation, and then we would have the decision. Is that how that, then we would make a decision whether we did it or whether we didn't?
That is correct.
Okay. Could I speak to that? And look, I think where I was going with those questions, I feel that you know, administration doesn't do these things lightly, and I am confident in what has been done so far in regard to covering off the issues that Councillor Davey rightly raises in regard to traffic, biodiversity. There were a number of others that were in the report, and so I think it is valid that without all the details behind it, we are safe in actually saying that work. Well, that work we're being told has been done. I'm sure it has. And so I don't really see the need to do a specific traffic report or biodiversity report again, almost, in regard to feed this. What we are doing here is you know, we don't do it very often. Councillor Davies right about that. It is quite a unusual thing. However, my reading of this report was that there's been quite a lot of work done to get to this point. It does seem like an idea that is probably good for the purchasers, who are two residents of Burnside, and with very little downside for the City of Burnside community. The next stage, though, is to find out what the people around it do think about it, and they definitely can have a crack at it. So I feel we should vote this down and we should go back to the recommendation. I think an appropriate path is to rely on the work done already by administration, the fact there is something in this, ask the local community what they think, and then based on what they think and the information we already have now, make the decision whether we want to do it or not. So I feel this is a needless loss of time and expense potentially without any gain. So we should vote this down and we should go back to the original recommendation.
Councillor Davis?
Yeah, I agree with that. I believe that the administration have done their jobs to do the steps leading up to this process, that we should commence community consultation, and that upon return of that community consultation, which my understanding is it's actually paid for by the owners, that there will be a further report to this council where we will make the decision on that. But I don't see at this stage a reason to delay it. We should move to consultation and find out what residents and the neighbours think.
We need another motion to extend the time till 11:30. Councillor Piggott, seconder.
I thought there was a prohibition on a certain time.
11:30. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Carbone. Those in favour? 4, 5. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's lost. Can we please have a hands up again? Those who are in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to support it that we do extend the time because I think we do need to finish. Otherwise, we're going to have so many things left over for next week. So I will extend the time. Okay, the next person is Harvey Jones. Councillor Jones.
I've got 3 questions in relation to this. Question 1 would be, can someone explain what community consultation involves? Is it everyone in Burnside, everyone in Beulah Park, the 2 residents concerned? So I'd need some if I could get that. Question 2, sorry, okay, yeah, sorry.
Through the Mayor, community consultation will be in accordance with the policy which sets out certain framework as to what's a suitable consultation. It's on a case-by-case basis. For this particular matter, catchment in the area would be identified. Signage would be placed on site, online engagements and ads in the paper to meet legislative requirements.
So in this specific case, how many people would you be consulting?
Just to add to James's comment there, response, the information is actually provided in number 5 within the report on page 148. Specifically though, it's hard to say how many people will be consulted because there are a number of consultation methods there. So as you'll see, it's via online engagement via Engage Burnside, so it goes to our distribution groups as well. It's not just with the
So if I live in Beaumont, I can still give a response. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So the question 2 is, does the council have a policy on it? Do we care why people want to buy it? Do you have to have a good reason, or just say, I want a bigger garden? In which case, can I put a bid in for Beaumont Common? And question 3 is, and this is probably would relate to say 14.8 as well. Would it be possible to have organised site visits in advance of some of these motions coming up? Because particularly the Royal Avenue one, reading the report, but if we could go there and walk along it and have an expert engineer say, look, this is this bit, that would be really helpful to me.
Absolutely, through your worship, an information document was provided to all elected members with respect to that particular issue, and you were invited to contact the staff and we could have met you on site and talked about it at that point. No, the information document came out in December last year. We would refer this particular matter to the sale or disposal of assets policy endorsed by council, and we would ensure that it's compliant with that policy before recommending it to council.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I have 2 questions. The first question is about the consultation, and when we ask the community what they think of this sale of public land, do we also engage with the community about what alternatives they would like to see for this land? Is the scope for the consultation purely a question about do they like it or don't like it, yes, no, or are we opening up the engagement with the community to say to them, look, there's this bit of public land here. It's been sitting around here for years. Any ideas? Did you really want to do a community garden here? You could do this, you could do that with it, you know, raise awareness. So perhaps they do want to utilise the space. Perhaps there are children in the area. Don't know. Because I just feel that the quality, or not so much the quality, but the scope and intent of the consultation, it's coming along lines of Councillor Jones here, can really change the course of this piece of land. So, yes, can you please answer that? Thank you.
Through the Mayor, in this particular situation, a proposal's been received from an applicant, and that proposal's been brought to Council to seek approval to undertake consultation. The consultation will need to ensure that it meets certain legislative requirements under Section 194 of the Local Government Act. If Council wishes to investigate other options, then it would be at its liberty to do so via resolution.
Right, okay. So, when you say by resolution, where? Here? Now? Not now. Amend the motion? Yeah. So that would be, the question is, if I amended the motion to say that the council seek alternative uses for this land, other options, rather than selling it, because someone asked for it.
Have you seen this land?
Unfortunately, I haven't. I would like to. I'm with Councillor Jones here. I would love to.
You've had sufficient time to go and visit.
Well, in January we've got school holidays, so it's very difficult for myself personally.
So, do you wish to add an amendment or add something to this?
Yes, that's the amendment I wish to make about the consultation. And I have another question. So shall I do one thing at a time?
Yes, do one at a time. So how do you want the amendment to read?
You have the question first.
To amend... Pardon?
You ask the question first, don't you, or we won't relate to...
Oh, I wish to amend the motion.
No, she can attempt to amend the motion. Yeah. See what she's got to say, and then it's...
You lost the opportunity to ask another question once you'd moved the motion.
I have another question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I have another question. If this land is sold to these two properties, could the significant trees be at risk if they put in a development application? Thank you.
Through the Mayor, if the significant tree and the protection of the significant tree is an issue for the Council, should Council actually resolve to dispose of the land, it could put a caveat on the sale by saying that the significant tree has to be retained. If it is in fact a significant tree.
But other properties can be, other development applications have been approved where significant trees have been removed. So I believe we can protect the significant trees.
Through the Mayor, yes, you can. It could be included on the title as a protected tree.
But other properties have had significant trees.
But they may not be protected
so
via
they're not on the title.
A condition on the title.
Gosh, I've learned something. That's really amazing. You can have a property with significant trees on its title. Okay, that's
Through
another matter.
the Mayor, we also question whether it is a significant tree or not anyway. But
okay, yeah. Right, so is that the answer? Okay, so I wish to amend the motion.
That's saying that we're going out to consultation. This is saying that we come back for a further report.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I wish to amend this a motion to read that the consultation process also include strategic alternatives for the council land.
That is different from the motion that stands on the table at the moment.
There's no consultation process.
Yes, there's no consultation involved in this. At this stage, it's asking for a report. The report be deferred before returning for consideration. So there's no issue of consultation in the current motion that sits on the table.
Right.
Yeah, we have to vote on this one first.
Okay.
Before you can put, and if the amendment was changing back in some way,
yep,
to include something, but it's completely different.
Yeah.
So I'm going to call. Sorry, Councillor Hume.
It's a bit confusing. It's like
just a very quick question. There was mention in the report of there was safety concerns about a tree at the rear of 49 Howard Street. I'm not sure who I'm asking this to. Is that tree that was causing the safety issues, is that on the council land, or is that tree on 49 Howard Street dropping things into the laneway, or is that tree that was causing the problems on the council land?
Through the Mayor, my understanding is that it's located on 49 Howard Street.
Okay.
I'd like to put this motion now. Councillor Davey, do you wish to say something? Yes, yeah. First.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your input. This is a very particular site, and I'm a bit disappointed that people haven't visited it to see the peculiarities of the site. That's why I'm so insistent on the need for a biodiversity report. I don't think we have, with all due respect, had it. There's no information in here about what the findings are. There's no information that there are 4 date palms of really advanced age. There's no information about all the vegetation. There's no information about detailed information about the loss of the traffic turning that the space will provide for the loss of amenity in the laneway to the constant users, because this is the only access for many households' garages and garaging for their cars. So that's why I would like us to have more detailed information. I take the point about the market report, that the market valuation, that could wait, but I think it will enhance our reputation if we have more information to be able to give to the community, because I think the feedback will be very interesting if we don't show that we've considered these things. So therefore, I ask that you support deferral of this report for this additional information, and when the staff have it, that they actually put the detail in the report to show what is actually there and what the assessment has been made. Thank you.
Those who are in support of this motion, please raise your hands. Those who are against? Right.
I move that the report be received, and I'd also like to thank Farley Taylor, Group Manager of Community Connections, for a timely, very thorough report. I've said it all before about how we can connect up with various members of the public, particularly the aged, who are struggling at the moment with the social media, some of them, and in this way we need to track all residents. Can do it through the Eastern Courier Messenger. Now, I agree with your assessment, Farley, of half a page. It was only marginally more expensive than a 3rd page. And the monthly is a good idea to avoid repetition, and it puts in suitable quality information about events. And I think a monthly is cost effective Ray the money and the time that it would take to do it. So I would hope that other councillors would support me on this one, and I would like to open it up for people to say anything. Let's do it quickly.
Do we have a second on the motion as it stands? Councillor Davis?
We did a survey. What was the percentage of people who preferred to get their information from the focus? So we went through and looked at all our communication methods. So my understanding is that we looked at this previously. We had an officer's report recommending that we discontinue that on the basis of a survey done by residents suggesting that there's a certain percentage and it was quite low, I remember, and I was wondering if anyone remembered the percentage of that survey that we did.
Through the Mayor, certainly there was a large number that actually preferred email through the ages. We've got the annual community survey results coming out pretty soon, which you should receive, so there'll be a more definition of an actual percentage. Previously, and you can see the previous results, that the email was actually the preferred method of contact through council.
Yep. Sorry, where did it say that what percentage preferred focus?
We're actually talking about the message. We're actually talking about this.
Sorry, I mean the messenger.
About the messenger, not focus.
Sorry, the messenger. It's getting late. Far too late.
So previous results indicated it was approximately 11% that preferred the messenger.
So therein lies my concern. I'll speak against the motion. We are proposing to spend a significant amount of money, in my view. I think it's 0.1% of a council rate increase just as a guesstimate, for when we did that community consultation. So the process of this is we looked at our communication methods and what people prefer. And we did a survey about how people like to get their information. And 1 in 10 people preferred, that was the thing they wanted, was to get it through the messenger newspaper. In my view, I don't get it anymore because I live in a block of units. And so many of my residents don't get it anymore because they live in blocks of units. So in my view, I believe that, unfortunately, print media is starting to fail, and I think that it is an online presence now, which is the way that people prefer it. I would much prefer to say spend $27,000 on email notification, because my understanding was that was the preferred, and we don't have it before us here what that survey actually went and did. It would have been good to have that so we could see what the preferred methods of, but my understanding was email. So in terms of making a choice of should we spend $27,000 on a news column or on email, I think we should spend it on email if we can, if we get that choice, or on social media or other ways of doing it. I think there are more effective ways to reach our residents, and there are so many residents that don't get the messenger anymore. And my understanding is that there's a lot of messengers, unfortunately, that go straight to the bin with their wrapping on, and that was my understanding of why the messenger decided not to deliver to units anymore, because they didn't read them, whereas in my view homeowners would go, well, that's ugly, I'm going to go and look after it. And I can speak for myself, there was generally a large pile of messenger newspapers that sat on my verge, and they accumulated until somebody in my block decided to go and clean it up. So I question whether we should spend $27,000 when this is one of the least preferred methods of communication from our residents. And I believe that there are far better ways that we can spend our money to reach them, rather than going through this way. And I think we should focus on email first, if that's our objective. It seems to me our objective is to, from certainly some councillors in the last council, is to communicate better. I don't think that this is a way we can communicate better. I think this is a regress into the past. So I don't believe that it's warranted, based on the interest from our community in spending this amount of money on a column just because it's something that's historically done. And I agree with the previous officer's recommendation that we shouldn't do this.
Councillor Carbone.
Just a small amendment, if I can, and the Councillor Turnbull is more than happy to take it on board. But number 3, that the CEO write to, now I'm going to spell this lady's name out, N-A-D-J-A, I think it's Nadia, Fleet, editor, messenger, seeking a review of News Limited's decision to cease delivery to units in Burnside.
It's not only units.
Units, apartment blocks and retirement villages. Okay, seeking...
That's okay, I think the CEO is able to manage that.
We know what we're getting at. Yeah. Delivery to everyone. Yes. Okay, and look, I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of account managers in the print world industry about this in my previous life, and I understand why they did it, but it was also across the whole state. And I think it was very unfair that people in Burnside have missed out because, yes, there is a bit of a disproportionate amount of people who live in units who don't read the messenger and so forth, but it's not everybody. And we're talking about engaging with as many people as possible. So, yes, for the few who don't read it and it sort of piles up, there are a lot who do read it. And just in this room alone, there's 3 elected members who live in units. Now, we would definitely read it, but we don't even get the chance to read it because it's not even delivered. So how unfair is that to say that, oh, simply because you live in a unit, you don't get the messenger, where the person next door who lives in a house does get it? Well, are they more involved in local politics than I am? Do they deserve to know more than I do, simply because they live in a house rather than a unit? So I support the motion. It is about engagement. There are people who read it. It's sort of funny because you ask any salesperson who works in News Limited, and they'll always say that people don't want to advertise in the paper, but they want to be in the paper. And so it's one of those things where it does have a place in the market. It is diminishing, but it still holds its own. And if we're going to engage with as many people as possible, there are still a lot of people who read it.
Councillor Henschke.
Thank you. Just a quick question.
Someone's got to second that amendment.
Sorry. Yes, a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Henschke?
I don't want to second it.
Sorry? Councillor Henschke will second the amendment and you can still speak.
Someone else is on.
Or ask questions.
Now it's Jane. No, I'm not seconding it.
I'll come off it.
All right, I'll second it. And can I ask a question? Farley, where was I? Okay. Feedback at the events, whenever there's an event the council holds, could it be a practical way to actually ask people, did you read about this in the messenger?
Through the Mayor, we try and catch with that information with feedback forms after events and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Particularly also if they've registered to attend the event on Facebook and that kind of thing. So that obviously
you get all
gives
the
us
data.
a pretty good,
okay, very good. Thank you.
Councillor Piggott.
I want to speak against the amendment. Is that an appropriate time to do that?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, look, I don't think that is, though we might be frustrated about how it's distributed and the like, and that might need to be taken up at this point, but I feel I can't avoid the irony that we've not actually spent money with this organisation for the last 3 years, and now we're going in to tell them how they should distribute it to everyone in Burnside. I think one thing at a time. So I feel the amendment we should vote down. I feel the motion we should vote up. The 11% and et cetera, are all I'm sure accurate. But it does loom large, I think. It does hit a certain demographic, an important demographic in regard to local government. And I think Julian's not the only one, perhaps, that's very much interested in what goes on here. And I think I'm generalising, but I suspect the readers of the Messenger probably rate higher than average in terms of their interest in their local government. So I certainly support the motion, but I don't think we should put number 3. We can look at other ways to do that, other times to do that, but I don't think we should be doing it tonight.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I couldn't agree more with everything that Councillor Piggott just said. I support the reinstatement of a half-monthly page, but I don't think we're in any position to write to the editor of the Messenger. And in actual fact, I know there's a problem getting the youngsters who used to deliver the couriers to places, but I live in a house and I don't get it. So it's just very random now about the delivery patterns and the difficulty with getting the deliveries. I just get it from my local IGA, as everybody around the area does, but everybody when I was campaigning asked me, why have you got rid of the column in the Messenger? They love it. So not everybody, but a lot of people ask me that. So there is a lot of support for it, and it's a fabulous avenue to not only provide information about what's happening in our community centre, in our library. It's an opportunity to ask for our community's support if we're in a drought, to go and water your street trees, go and help your community by mowing the verge, doing those sort of things. It's just little messages that we can ask people to contribute to in our community. And I think if it's good enough for all our surrounding councils, Unley, Mitcham, Norwood, Payneham and St Peters all still have their columns in the Messenger. And if you read it, look at all the real estate ads in there. I mean, it's chockers full of ads and stuff. So it's a viable paper, and a viable medium. I agree we need a whole lot of other alternatives, as Councillor Carboni's argued tonight and given us illustrations of. This is one of our community communication arms, and I think it's quite significant, so I think we should support it.
Councillor Jones.
I would just like to agree with Councillors Davey and Piggott. I really like the email. That email that comes out that tells us all that's going on is fantastic, but I agree there's a definite demographic that needs the Messenger. I think the problem with the Burnside Focus is it doesn't come out often enough. The Focus. People like the Focus, but it comes out every 3 months. And are you going to say, oh look, in 2.5 months' time, the Burnside Symphony Orchestra's playing? I just don't see it. Personally, I would prefer to see a fortnightly thing in Messenger, but I will concede on the monthly, lest this debate go on forever.
At the IGA at Leabrook on a Tuesday lunchtime, the pile is this high. By the end of the afternoon, there's hardly any left. Simple indication. Okay. I don't have any.
I have a question. How much does it cost to do a focus distribution?
22,000 is in the report.
Are we still discussing the amendment?
Yes, we are still discussing the amendment, and I think we should get on and do it before.
No, I'd like to ask it now. How much do we spend? How much would it cost Burnside Council to put in an additional focus distribution?
No, that's not addressing the amendment. That's just got. Those who support the amendment to the motion, which includes number 3, please raise your hands. Okay. Against? Sorry. Lost. Now I'll put the original motion, which doesn't have point 3 in it. Those who are in support of that motion?
Wait. There's more people who can debate, and then you also have a right on reply.
I don't. Sorry.
Like we're not done yet.
Hughes.
We now go back to normal procedures. Yeah. So Councillor Hughes has. Yeah.
I was waiting for that question.
Yes.
This motion.
So you've got 5 minutes.
We have 5 minutes. I know everyone's tired, but I'm just wondering whether you would take it on board to amend that instead of just saying that we have to include it. What the way I read this is it has to be. Have to include it in the draft business plan and budget. Can we review it and consider it as part of that process? Because I think if we start
draft annual business plan budget equity, so it can be funded for the remainder of the year. Okay.
Sorry, can I?
Councillor Jones?
Doesn't Councillor Davis, he was going to ask a valid question, which I actually thought was likely to lead to something that might lead to a...
About the focus?
Yeah.
Another question, another
No,
agenda
it's
item.
directly...
Doesn't it relate directly to the motion?
No, because the Focus magazine is totally independent and separate from this column in the Messenger.
It's about communication.
The two things are completely different items.
But, sorry, but...
They are, but they're not.
But say we could...
Okay, there is a relevance,
Yeah.
all right. Go on then. Can you get an answer? Can you give him an answer? Can the administration give him an answer on the cost? Sorry.
Through the Mayor, $22,000 for a quarterly version of Focus.
So my question is, would it be possible to provide an additional focus issue every year, rather than this column?
So it's $22,000 for one edition. So if there was additional, I would imagine it would be another $22,000 on top of that.
Councillor Hensley, you've already spoken.
I could support that, not necessarily that they be at the front.
No. They won't be at the front. That was cut out. Don't worry. They go in the right place.
Right.
Sequentially in the correct place.